Hello. How is everybody? I hope everybody is doing good. So this is our second session of Restart series, and in this session we are going to cover up all the types, all the varieties, all the concepts that we require from a very important chapter, which is quadratic equations. Now, if we compare the percentages of calculus, algebra, then coordinate geometry and other parts of maths of our syllabus, algebra itself has a very high weightage, right? The entire algebra keeps a very high weightage. If we talk about algebra percentage, if I tell you over here, this is important for you to know. Okay, so algebra itself contains somewhere around 41% of the entire syllabus, right? Algebra of class 11 and some algebra functions and all from class 12, probability from class 12th. 12th algebra is very less. Algebra is more in class 11. So we are trying to cover up algebra first, then we'll be doing our coordinate geometry and other parts, calculus and all, so that you are well prepared for your second attempt. This series is especially for the students who are going to appear for second attempt of JEE Mains. Okay, in algebra also I can tell you the specific percentages, approximate percentages. If we talk about binomial theorem, I think highest is of binomial theorem, not binomial theorem, sequence and series, right? Sequence series would be highest. The weightage of sequence and series I think would be highest. It will be somewhere around 18%, approximate. I'm telling you 18% is consisted of only sequence and series. Then we have binomial theorem, which is around 15 to 16%, right? Then we have complex numbers, will be somewhere around 9 to 10%. Complex number will be around let's take 9% only, and this will be approximately 16%. Approximately 16% I can say. Matrices and determinants from class 12, which is important part of your algebra, again will be somewhere around 18%. 18% will be consisted by matrices and determinants only. Then we have complex number, probability, right? Complex number will be lesser than as 9% only. We can take somewhere around 9%, and probability also we can take from class 12 if we are considering. Then probability will be of somewhere around 12%. And then comes quadratic equation. The weightage which is only of quadratic equation, right, is around 7 to 8%. But quadratic equation is generally compiled with almost all the chapters over here, except I think binomial theorem very few you can see, or matrices and determinants very few questions you can see. Complex numbers I wrote twice. Kya? So what did I not write? PNC I didn't write, right? PNC will also be there, no? PN3, permutations and combination will also be there, and it will be also somewhere around 16 to 18%. So let's take it somewhere around 17%. This is approximate percentage of the weightage of all these chapters. Okay, so mainly we right now in maths we should try and focus on algebra. Try to cover up algebra first, because in 2025 also you see the weightage of algebra part is intact. Right, in today's session we'll be seeing the questions which came from quadratic equations specifically in class in 2025, and all the important concepts and questions which we need to excel in our mains 2025 and also in our JEE Advanced 2025. So try that. If you watch this session completely, then quadratic equation, I can assure that this will be completely intact for you all. This one, like, this will be completely intact for you all. So for algebra you can definitely you can say that it's an important chapter and we have to pay attention at it. Now let's, without wasting any time, let's dive into the chapter and understand. So today quadratic equation will be studying a bit differently. We have studied quadratic equation earlier also on the same channel, but in this video we'll be studying it in a bit different way. What will be the difference? Can I say what will be the difference? The difference is going to be of, today we'll be doing type wise, right? We'll try to connect with this chapter type wise. Which all type of questions do we have, which all type of concepts do we have, so that we make sure that we are covering everything, and from those types which variety of questions can be asked from us in JEE. So that's our target. Where is this? Okay, let's start without wasting our time. So I'll keep explaining you type by type. Keep understanding the types very carefully. Try to do the questions on your own. One more important thing that I want to tell you over here, there will be a practice session. Practice session, or you can say question solving session on Friday. Friday, what will be the date? Your favorite date? Valentine's Day? 14th Feb, I think. Yeah, 14th Feb is your Friday. On Friday around 11 AM, I have scheduled a practice session where we'll be practicing the questions of sequence and series as well as quadratic equation. After quadratic equation, we'll cover up our binomial theorem and PNC, right, from class 11 part, and then the remaining. All right. So this is going to be the flow, and try to stick with this. If your JEE Mains first attempt has gone very well, prepare for advanced. That also you can do from this series, and if not, then for JEE Mains attempt 2, this series is going to be very, very beneficial for you. That's what I can say. Okay, let's so yeah, don't forget this. The link will be in the description of the same video. It might be there already, or it will be put before the session is scheduled, before the session by today or tomorrow. If I think most probably they have put the link. Let me check. They have put the link already. If not, I'll make them put, and the session will be practice session on the platform. So you just have to click on the link and come and enroll yourself for this particular practice session, where we'll be discussing the questions and the doubts of sequence and series as well as quadratic equation. Right, don't forget to do that. Now let's go type by type in quadratic equation. All of us do know what is quadratic equation. There is not much we need to revise, because we have studied quadratic equation from class, I think, 9th. Right, some important things: how a quadratic equation looks like. Ax square plus bx plus c equals 0. Right, this is our quadratic equation. The a is the coefficient of x square, b is the coefficient of x, and c is the constant term. Here, although everybody knows, but we should not forget that a cannot be equal to 0, because this a is nothing but a leading coefficient. This is too heavy. Okay, a is nothing but a leading coefficient over here. All right. So a cannot be equal to 0. Sometimes very basic. I'll show you. This year they have asked very simple question also from quadratic equation, and a typical question also from quadratic equation. Right, that you will see. But sometimes very easily they'll give you a complex quadratic equation, and they say that for what value of this and this is a quadratic equation. So you should remember that a cannot be equal to 0. Then leading coefficient cannot be equal to 0. Otherwise it will become a linear equation. Right, basic thing. Then some terms which they have used in 24 and 25, which generally people are aware, but sometimes they forget. What is monic quadratic? What do we mean by a monic quadratic equation? Because this term is used in NCERT. So there are chances they might use this term in your exam also. Monic quadratic means a equal to 1 for ax square plus bx plus c equals 0. Right, this is our quadratic equation, and this is our quadratic polynomial. Right, this is a quadratic polynomial. This is not equal to anything. This is our quadratic equation. This is f of x, a function of x, a quadratic polynomial, and this is an equation. When we put it equal to 0, that makes it. So monic quadratic, just remember that when a is equal to 1, that when the leading coefficient is equal to 1, that's called a monic quadratic equation. Right, other things that we know about, that we should know about this quadrant. If we make this as an equation, and let's say if it has two roots, alpha and beta. Roots means the values of x at which this equation is going to become 0. The value of this entire polynomial will become 0. Two such values of x at which the entire polynomial's value will become equal to 0, and there are certain methods to find these two zeros. Sometimes there will be no zero, sometimes there will be sometimes there will be no solution, sometimes there will be equal solutions, two equal solutions, and sometimes there will be two distinct solutions. Most of you know about this. If not, we'll cover that part also, don't worry about it. Value of alpha beta. What are the value of alpha betas? Just remember your Sridharacharya formula, the quadratic formula. It is important, and in class 11th and 12th it is very much applicable. Sometimes you won't be able to factorize by splitting the middle term or completing the square. So Sridharacharya formula we all know, minus b plus or minus square root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2 times of a. This is going to be the value of alpha and beta. One root will be minus b plus square root of b square minus 4ac over 2a, and another root will be minus b minus square root of b square minus 4ac over 2a. So 2 roots. All right. Now this thing which we are calling b square minus 4ac is also termed as d. D is nothing but discriminant. This value decides a lot of things. Nature of roots, which we'll be covering later. So I'm just trying to gel you up with the chapter, nothing else. So if this d, if your d is greater than 0, this time we'll have two different or distinct roots. Roots or solution is the same thing, right? Roots or solution is the same thing. If your discriminant, that means b square minus 4ac over here, b square, coefficient of b means coefficient of x square minus 4 times of a times c, right? Coefficient of x square into coefficient into constant term. This if is equal to 0, then we'll have two not different but equal solutions. We are going to have two equal solutions, and if this d is less than 0, that means inside square root we are going to get a negative term, which we don't entertain in math, and we call it complex or imaginary. So we'll have imaginary roots. Imaginary or complex roots, or we can also say solutions. Okay, so this is the basic part. Let's see now, in finding the real roots, which all type of questions can we get. This question, this is the first question which I'd like to discuss. So here, number of real solutions of equation 3 into x square plus 1 by x square minus 2 into x plus 1 by x plus 5. Similar type of question was also taken in 2025. So how would you solve it? Although we are very good at solving quadratic equations, but I'm just showing you which all variety of questions you can expect in your second attempt, right? We have derived these questions from the previous years and first attempt. Okay, so what would be the answer? Just try to calculate, try to do it on your own. The best strategy whenever you see something like this, it's just that take your x plus 1 by x equal to some t. You take this equal to some t. Now we know a simple relation that a square plus b square is nothing but a plus b whole square subtracted by 2 times a times b, right? If we open this, this will be a square plus b square plus 2ab, subtracted 2ab. So 2ab became 0. What do we get? A square plus b square. We know this identity. We'll use this only over here. Now if x plus 1 by x is equal to t, what will be x square plus 1 by x square? We can simply say it will be nothing but x plus 1 by x whole square minus 2 times x times 1 by x. And here we can cancel x and x, and it will just be x plus 1 by x whole square minus 2. So your x square plus 1 by x square is nothing but x plus 1 by x whole square minus 2. That means t square minus 2. Right? So now your entire equation became simpler, much simpler. Now 3 into x square plus 1 by x square, what can you write it? This can be written as 3 into t square minus 2. Correct? X square plus 1 by x square is t square minus 2, right? Minus 2 times of x plus 1 by x, that means our t only, plus 5 equals 0. You have to tell how many real solutions do we have for this particular equation. Bharat Vlog just saying hi sir. Hi Bharat, how are you? How's your okay, you are preparing for 2026, right? I suppose. So this is 3t square minus 6 minus 2t plus 5 equals 0, which equates to 3t square minus 2t minus 6 plus 5, so minus 1 equal to 0. Now tell me over here in this equation, what is our discriminant b square minus 4ac. Quickly you should be able to calculate it, right, so that you can see whether we are getting roots or not. So if you want to split the middle term, product should be -3 and sum should be -2. Product should be -3 and sum should be -2, correct? So you can simply factorize it as 3t into it will become 3t into t minus 1 plus can somebody tell me answer is 3. Ding dong bells has given the answer. Advanced question please. Yes bete. Mains 2, ding dong bell will be doing advanced questions also in the same session, don't worry, okay, we'll be doing that, right? Can we simply factorize this? Minus 3t 2t, come on. So t minus 1 into 3t plus 1, correct? Two factors will get from here. Do we know how to factorize? Product should be -3 and sum should be -2, right? So 2 and -1, 1 and -2 you can say, 1 and -3, 1 and -3, 1 and -3. So I'll show you just for once, I'm showing over here. So you can write it like this, 3t square plus t minus 3t. So +1 and -3, product is -3 and sum is -2, right? So and middle term you can split it like this. So this middle term you split it like this and this equal to 0. Now you take the factors. So t from here it will be 3t plus 1 minus common, it will be -1 common, it will be 3t plus 1 in the bracket equal to 0. So the two factors are 3t plus 1 and t minus 1 equals 0. So my t either can be -1/3 or my t can be equal to 1. Because this product can become 0 if either this is 0 or this is 0. So what was my t actually? What was my t actually? My t was x plus 1 by x. So either my x plus 1 by x is going to be equal to -1/3 or my x plus 1 by x is going to be equal to 1. Correct? Any problem in this? From this what am I getting? From this one what am I getting? X square plus 1, sorry, x square plus 1 by x, so is equal to -x/3 you can say, right? So this will become 3x square plus x plus 3 equal to 0. Check, will we get two real roots from here or not? B square minus 4ac. Do we get real roots from here? No, we don't. I don't think we'll get real roots from here, right? B square minus 4ac, the d discriminant is less than 0. From here this will become x square minus x plus 1 equal to 0, and for this one also b square minus 4ac, that means discriminant will be less than 0. So there are no real roots. The correct answer would be 0 real roots. All roots are going to be imaginary simply. Please don't forget to like the session. Okay, in both the cases my discriminant is coming out to be 0. Check the discriminant, b square minus 4 into 3 into 3. So 1 minus 12, 3, 36. 1 minus 36 minus 35, negative, right? And over here we are getting b square minus 4ac as -3, -3. 1 minus 4, so -3. In both the cases d is less than 0. That's why no real roots. Remember this way, these type of questions are asked. The least positive value of a, next variety, we are just discussing the varieties from this part. The least positive value of a for which 2x square plus a minus 10 whole into x plus 33 over 2 equals to a has real roots. Has real roots means discriminant greater than 0, nothing else you need to do. Real roots, discriminant will be greater than 0, only greater than 0 or greater than equal to 0. Real roots, not distinct or equal, both cases we have to take. So don't forget this. In advance, no, sometimes these small mistakes cost you a lot. So d should be greater than equal to 0. What will be d? B square. What is b? Coefficient of x. A minus 10 is b. A minus 10 whole square minus 4 times a. What is a? Coefficient of x square. Into c. What is c? Constant term. But we have made a mistake over here. We forgot this 2a. This side it's not a 0. So we have to make a 0 first over this side. So we'll have to expand 2x square plus ax minus 10x. Okay. Wait. This is okay only. A is a constant. No, so 2x square plus a will consider as a constant. Only x is the variable over here. Right? I hope you get my point. Will be a minus 10x plus 33 over 2 minus 2a. This will be equal to 0. So this entire thing is your C now. Now your discriminant should be greater than equal to 0, which means b square, that means a minus 10 whole square minus 4 times 2 times 33 over 2 minus 2a whole. This entire thing is your C now. Right? Should be greater than or equal to 0. When you open this, I remember this will come out to be a square minus 4a. 1 minute. A square minus 4a minus 132 minus 32 equal to 0. This will come out to be like this. Not equal to 0, greater than or equal to 0. So we'll have an interval over here. We have an inequality over here. Siddharth saying, sir, I'm new here. Great, Siddharth. Great to know you. Keep learning, bete. A square minus 4a minus 32, right, is greater than equal to 0. So factorize this. We can easily factorize this. Minus 8 and minus 4, right? 8 and minus 4. So this will become a minus 8 into a plus 4. Small things. Keep paying attention. We have started with the basic, but very minute things I'll tell you, which you have to take care of very carefully. So this should be greater than equal to 0, just showing you wavy curve method, right? What are the critical points? 8 and minus 4. So minus 4 will come first. Here will be minus 4, here will be 8. You put plus, minus, plus. This is called wavy curve method. Now you want positive, right? In which intervals it is positive? From minus infinity to minus 4. So A belongs to minus infinity to minus 4 and 8 to infinity. Now minus infinity is never included, so open bracket, right? Minus 4 will be included because we have equal to 0 also. We are considering equal to 0 also. Yes, union. 8 will be considered because we are taking equal to 0 also, and this will be not. Now what did the question ask? Least positive value. Least positive value. So here the answer that you are getting is very simple. Your answer will simply come as 8. Okay, least positive value is 8. Right? Solve on your own. I know you should be pretty confident at these type of questions, but still solve. Okay, until unless you solve. See, 2 questions in JEE Main 2025 this year. Very simple questions. Try to give them an attempt. Right? Try to give them an attempt. Now first thing, which although you all know, but this e to the power x is always greater than 0, is always positive. This e to the power x function is always positive. It's an always positive function. Why? Because what is e's value? 2.71 something, right? 2.71 to the power x. Now for all x belonging to real, that means for all real x, you put any x now, right? Fractional, negative, positive. 2 to the power minus 2 is also positive, na? Right? So this is always going to be positive. Know that, and the reason is this. Although we know, but just trying to cover up as much as I can, so that if you are missing some important few points, then you should remember those points. Sorry. Now look over here. This is an equation. Simple substitution you can do, which we did in the last question also. Let's take e to the power x equal to t. We'll take e to the power x equal to t. So this will become simply t to the power 4 plus 4t cube minus 58t square plus 4 times t plus 1 equal 0. Number of real solution of the equation. Right? Now what you need to do, just divide both sides by t. divide both sides by t square, right? That will be beneficial. Dividing by t square. What did you have to do? Divide by t square. So if this situation comes, just remember you have to divide by t square, nothing else. So when we divide by t square, what are we getting? T square plus 4t minus 58, right, plus 4 by t plus 1 by t square equal to 0. This will be the equation. Correct or not? Right? Can we keep t square plus 1 by t square together? They'll look good together because we solved a similar question just now, right? Plus 4t plus 4 by t, or I shall simply write 4 times t plus 1 by t minus 58 equals 0. Now this is the same question as the previous one, right? This is the same question as the previous one. Just remember that e to the power x will always be positive. You have to consider that e to the power x will always be positive. So here what will we have? This will become t plus 1 by t whole square minus 2, this entire term, plus 4 times t plus 1 by t minus 58 equal to 0. So I'll just substitute once again. I'll put t plus 1 by t as p. So my equation is p square minus 2 plus 4p minus 58 equals 0. Right? Two values of p I can find. I can find the two values of p from here very easily. But here one more small catch was there. In this question, there was one more small catch. Okay. See, t, what is t? T is e to the power x. Okay, you have learned in AMGM, in sequence and series, if you watch the chapter, then you have learned that your t plus 1 by t, if t is positive, then t plus 1 by t, right, divided by 2 will always be greater than square root of t into 1 by t. Correct or not? AM greater than equal to GM. So can we simply say, instead of writing this, that my t plus 1 by t will always be greater than or equal to 2, and have to consider this also while solving for real roots, right? So what are you getting? P square plus 4p. This is p square. Let me write here only again. So this will become p square plus 4p minus 60 equal to 0. Minus 60 only, na? Yeah. So 15, 4, 60, 10, 6, 10 and 6, 10 and 6, 10 and 6. 10 and 6, 6 and 9, no, 10 minus 6, yeah, it will happen. P square plus 10p minus 6p minus 60 equal to 0. So this will become so your p plus 10 and p minus 6 equal to 0, right? So either your p is equal to minus 10, p is equal to minus 10, or p is equal to 6. What is your p? T plus 1 by t was your p. Can this be equal to minus 10? No. It has to be greater than 2. So we have to reject this value. This was a catch. Many students fail to consider this, right? So remember this part also. In the last part, we didn't have to apply because t was not positive. Sorry, in the first part, in the first question. Here nobody said that x is positive. So we didn't consider that. But here we know that our t is positive. E to the power x it is. Okay, our t is positive. That we had to consider. So we can only take this value, which is p equals 6. That means t plus 1 by t equals 6. That means my t square minus 60 plus 1 equal to 0, right? This is what we are getting. So this I think we'll have to find by 3 and 2, 1, no, we'll have to find by quadratic formula. We'll get 2 roots over here. Sorry, just a minute. We'll get 2 roots over here. So use the quadratic formula again. your t will be equal to minus of minus 6. That means 6 plus or minus square root of 36, that means b square, minus 4 times a times c minus 4 divided by 2 times a, that means 2. So your t will be nothing but 3 plus or minus 32, 16 into 2 root 2, right? 3 plus minus 2 root 2. This will become 3 plus or minus 2 root 2. Now 3 plus 2 root 2 is positive. 3 minus 2 root 2 is also positive. 2 root 2, that means root 8, slightly less than 3, because root 9 is 3, right? So slightly less than 3, that means both are positive. I can take both the values. 3 plus 2 root 2 also I can take, 3 minus 2 root 2 also I can take, because I know my t should be positive. If here also if I was getting one negative value, then I'll reject that. Okay, these small points, especially for advance also, you'll require. So don't forget these small points. Two real solutions we'll get. So e to the power x will be equal to 3 plus 2 root 2 or 3 minus 2 root 2, right? You don't need to find the exact value, ln 3 plus 2 root 2, ln 3 minus 2 root 2, nothing like that, number. Next question, this one. This also came in 2025. I forgot to write down the shifts, but you can reconfirm that these two questions came in mains 2025. This again very simple question, just simple substitution you have to do, right? Let me do over here. Let me write this: t plus 1 by t is always greater than equal to 2 as a point over here. So here simple substitution you can do, right? What should be the substitution? Can somebody tell me in the chat box quickly? What should be the substitution that I can take? What should be my substitution? This is 9 by x. I'll write 9 by x minus 9 by square root x plus 2. One parenthesis, and 2 over x minus 7 over root x plus 3 equals 0. This is the thing. So what should be your substitution? Simply take 1 by root x equal to t, and this question is going to be solved in clicks. 4 will be the number of solutions. They are not asking real or anything. 4 solutions you'll get, and even if you don't solve it, no, they are only asking about number of solutions, real, imaginary, nothing. So obviously there will be 4 solutions, because what will this thing become? What will this thing become? This thing will become 90, sorry, not 90, it will become 90 square, right? 1 by x will be t square. So 90 square minus 90 plus 2 multiplied with 2t square minus 7t plus 3. Now, although they did not ask about real solutions or not, both are quadratic equation, both will have 2 solutions. And d is not equal to 0. D is not equal to 0. If D was equal, D is not 0 over here also, and D is not 0 over here also. If D was 0, then we could think that yeah, equal solutions are coming. So if in the question number of distinct solution or something like that came, then we'll see. But it simply asks number of solutions. I think it is 28th January first shift, most probably as far as I remember. But such a simple question, right? Why would we even want to lose this question, right? Some bonuses are given like this also. Not all bonus marks are given by corrections or challenging questions, right? Some like these also. Simple 4 solutions. What was there to do in this? Was something there? No, right? Okay. Now, next thing about relation between roots and coefficients, some more variety of questions about relation between roots and coefficients. So we know that if we have a quadratic equation ax square plus bx plus c equals 0, and we have 2 roots for it, alpha and beta. So for this alpha x square, if this is a solution, then this will satisfy the equation. Very small and minute thing, but many times this use of this property that the root satisfies that equation only will help. So remember that. So what will this become? A alpha square plus b alpha plus c equals 0, and it will also be true for beta. So a beta square plus b beta plus c equal to 0. Equate both of them. What do you get? You get your alpha plus beta equals minus b times a. sum of the roots will be minus of coefficient of x divided by coefficient of x square, and alpha beta will be equal to c over a. And this is actually called Vieta's theorem, although no need to remember the theorem or name of the theorem also. This is called Vieta's theorem. Vieta's theorem is true for every polynomial, right? It is also a polynomial, no? So solutions for every polynomial. For quadratic equation, this is the case. Product of roots is constant divided by coefficient of x square, right? Suppose if we have a cubic polynomial, let's say we have ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus d, right? So there'll be three types of results, right? There'll be alpha plus beta plus gamma. Because it's a cubic polynomial, it will have three roots: alpha, beta and gamma. So sum of roots will be equal to, we'll start from here, minus, plus and minus. So minus, first of all minus, we'll start from here, minus b, coefficient of x square, over coefficient of x cube, leading coefficient, right? Now product of roots taken two at a time, alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma alpha. This will be second one. First was minus, so second will be positive. Minus plus minus will follow this sequence. Second one, next one is c. Next coefficient is c over a, leading coefficient. Now product of all the three. There are three possibilities over here, no? Sum of all the roots, sum of roots taken two at a time, and product of all the roots. This will be equal to d over a, but with a negative. Minus, plus and minus. Now suppose if you had a degree 4 polynomial, ax to the power 4 plus bx cube plus cx square plus dx plus e. This will be true for this one also, right? It will have four roots: alpha, beta, gamma and let's say delta, right? So what will happen over here? It will sum of all the four, alpha plus beta plus gamma plus delta, will start from here with negative sign, minus b over a, right? Then sum of roots taken two at a time, right? Sum of roots taken two at a time will also be there, no? So alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma, oh sorry, three at a time. First we'll have three at a time. First we'll take three at a time. All separate. Sum of roots three at a time. So alpha beta gamma plus beta gamma delta plus delta beta gamma delta gamma delta alpha. Yeah, gamma delta alpha, right? Sum of roots taken three at a time. What will this become? One more we'll have, right? Or have we taken all of them? Yeah, we have taken all of them. So next coefficient, that will be positive, minus, so over here plus. Now taken two at a time, alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma delta plus delta alpha plus delta beta, right? This will be there, right? Check all of the possibilities. Minus d by a it will be, right? Minus plus then again minus, then product of all the roots, alpha beta gamma and delta, this will become positive e by a. So just in case in advance you get a question like this, just in case, JEE 2026, Thiyash, you will, why do you even doubt, beta? You'll pakka do that, surely do that, right? Just in case you get a question like this in advance, or a degree 5, or although there is very less chance for this much is enough, but just for information I'm telling that this is true. This is true in every scenario. Now relation between roots and coefficients, this we know. For a quadratic polynomial, sum of roots will be minus b by a, product of roots will be c by a. Okay, this is sometimes very, very useful. Difference of roots, right? Difference of roots and mod, obviously positive difference of roots will be equal to square root of d divided by mod of a. Remember this as it is. Write this as it is while solving the question. Most of the times you'll just square both the sides and your problem will be solved. Most of the times, majority of the times, you'll just square both the sides and your problem will be solved. You remember these two. This will be really useful in the questions sometimes. We'll see some questions. If S is sum and P is the product of roots, then quadratic equation. You know how to write the quadratic equation if sum and product is given. If alpha plus beta is given and alpha beta is given, then quadratic equation will nothing be x square minus sum into x plus product equal to 0. This will be the quadratic equation if sum and product are given. Okay, but sometimes instead of this they'll give you something else. What? They'll give you roots. If alpha and beta are the roots, then what will be the quadratic equation? So this only will be the quadratic equation. One more way of writing this is a times x minus alpha x minus beta. This will be my quadratic polynomial and quadratic equation will be just equal to 0. A times. This is important. We cannot just simply write x minus alpha into x minus beta. We are not considering by if suppose x square minus 4x plus 2 equal to 0 is a quadratic equation. Just suppose if I multiply this entire equation with 2 both the sides, will it affect the roots? No, because that can be taken common and divided over here, and a is not equal to 0, so we can divide. So this can be cancelled. This will become 0. A is not equal to 0. Leading coefficient is not equal to 0. Remember this small point. Sometimes in questions we get to use this and it solves our problems much faster, right? Much faster. If these are the roots, which of these will be the polynomial or something like that will be your questions. Okay, so this is it. Now let's see some questions. If the square of difference of roots, all questions either are PYQs or are very similar to the PYQs. Please don't forget to like the session if you are here, right? So try solving, try that you are able to solve or you are solving along with me each and every question. That will be beneficial for you all only. If the square of difference of roots of the equation, this is 16, then find the roots of the equation. Now general way of doing this is, okay, alpha minus beta is given to you, mod of alpha minus beta is given to you, you will square and then you can compare alpha plus beta whole square is nothing but alpha minus beta whole square plus 4 alpha beta. That you can use. There is a way, but it will be much simpler if you use this alpha. It will be much simpler if you use this difference. Mod of alpha minus beta is nothing but square root d over mod of a, leading coefficient. Square both the sides, so you have alpha minus beta whole square is equal to d by a square, right? Square root of d by a square. All good. What is given to you? Square of difference of roots is given to you. Square of difference of root, alpha minus beta is not given to you. This only is given to you. This is 16. Correct? Is equal to d. D means discriminant. That means b square minus 4ac. That means k square minus 4 times 1 times 5. That means k square minus 20. Divided by a square. A is the leading coefficient, which is 1. So divided by 1. So my k square is nothing but 16 plus 20. That means 36. So my k is nothing but plus or minus 6. Find the roots of the equation. So either k is 6 or k is minus 6. I have two possible values of k in this. So my equation can be x square plus 6x plus 5 equals 0 or x square minus 6x plus 5 equal 0. So I'll have to find the roots in either of the situations. Okay, so Why are they not taking -6 over here? There is no such condition given, right? No such condition given. K has to be positive. There is nothing like that given. Find the roots of the equation. Acha, D somewhere, right? K can be plus or -6 both. There is no condition given for K. So we'll have to consider both plus and -6 and find the roots in both the cases. So here B square minus 4 times 5, 20. This will be possible. B square minus 4 times 5, 20. This will also be possible, right? Both will have real roots. In both the cases, we are getting real roots, right? No, any condition for K is not given, so we cannot consider over here. All right. Okay. Next question. Acha, both the cases they have considered. Both the cases, so 4 values you are getting. -1, -5, 1 and 5. 4 values you will be getting. Small manipulations. Keep paying attention when if you are revising something, revise it completely for 2 to 3 hours max, but complete quadratic equation will be revised and it will be useful for many other chapters, many important chapters. Let's see the next question. Alpha and beta are the roots of the equation this. If lambda 1 and lambda 2 are the two values of lambda for which the just a minute, I think I can make this a bit more clear for you guys, but let me try. Are you also seeing the questions unclear? Some with the white page cannot be helped, but I think I can help. This I'll change. No, I think now it must be a bit clearer. I hope. No, it didn't help. All right. I think on the screen, on your screens, I'm supposing it is clear. Chaliye. Let's go. Are related by alpha by beta plus beta by alpha equals 4 by 5. For which the roots alpha beta are related by this. Lambda 1 and lambda 2 are the two values. So we have to find the value of lambda 1 by lambda 2 plus lambda 2 by lambda 1. And alpha and beta are the two roots. Right. So what do we know? What do we know? First of all, let me write the equation clearly. It will be just lambda x square minus lambda times x plus x plus 5, right? So it will entirely become lambda x square minus lambda times or minus plus x times 1 minus lambda plus 5 equals 0. So coefficient of x is 1 minus lambda now. Okay, or you can say minus, if you take out common, then lambda minus 1. However you want to write this, you can write like this also, lambda x square. So according to your convenience, minus lambda minus 1 times x plus 5 equals 0. If this looks good to you. I think here sum of roots then will become easier for us. Now this equation has two roots, alpha and beta. We know alpha plus beta are just going to be coefficient of x, negative of coefficient of x minus b. So it will become lambda minus 1 divided by 2a, which is 2 times lambda. Oh sorry, minus b by a. Why 2a? Right? And alpha beta, what will be product of roots? Alpha beta will be what? Constant divided by coefficient of x square, that means 5 by lambda. Now what is given? This alpha beta are related like this. So I'll just use this alpha by beta plus beta by alpha is equal to 4 by 5. Practice these questions once again along with me. It will be beneficial for you. It will become alpha square plus beta square divided by alpha beta. I'm sure now you got what you are supposed to do. Now you know already what you're supposed to do. Just simple manipulations and you'll reach to this value. So these type of questions can be asked from you in the second attempt or in advance, something related to these manipulations you should be able to do. Now alpha square plus beta square will simply write as alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 alpha beta divided by alpha beta. Correct? So this is just going to be alpha plus beta we already have. This will be lambda minus 1 by lambda whole square minus 2 times 5 by lambda, that means 10 by lambda, divided by alpha beta, that means again 5 by lambda. This entire thing when you equate to 4 by 5. Now lambda 1 and lambda 2 are what? What are lambda 1 and lambda 2? Lambda 1 and lambda 2 will be the two roots of this equation, and then again use sum and product. This will become what? Lambda 1 square plus lambda 2 square divided by lambda 1 lambda 2. Again you'll have to use lambda 1 plus lambda 2 whole square minus 2 lambda 1 lambda 2 divided by lambda 1 lambda 2. Make this quadratic equation and use the relation between coefficient and roots to solve such a problem. I can show you if there is a solution. 254 will be your final answer. So till here we reached. This equation will be like this, and now lambda 1 and lambda 2 are the roots of this particular equation, right? So you can simply say lambda 1 plus lambda 2. What are we supposed to find? This. When we calculate, this will become lambda 1 plus lambda 2 whole square minus 2 times product upon product. So this value we have. Sum of roots will become 16. Product of roots will become 1. So 16 square minus 2 times 1 upon 1 will give you 254 as your answer. Let's go ahead to the next variety. This came in 2019. Same variety, what we did just now. Not much of manipulation. Just a little calculative it can be, but nothing new. Agreed? It might be a little bit calculative, but nothing new. Lambda be the ratio of roots of the quadratic equation. Lambda is the ratio of roots. That means alpha by beta is equal to lambda. Lambda is the ratio of roots of the quadratic equation. Read the question carefully. This quadratic equation. Then the least value of m for which lambda plus 1 by lambda is equal to 1. So just what will this be? This will be alpha by beta. Lambda is alpha by beta plus 1 by lambda, that means beta by alpha. This is equal to 1. Then again alpha square plus beta square divided by alpha beta is equal to 1. We know alpha square plus beta square can be written as alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 alpha beta. Right? Alpha plus beta whole square. Sum of roots whole square. That means m times m minus 4 whole square minus 2 alpha. Oh, sorry. Yeah. This. Wait, let me write the step here also. So alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 alpha beta divided by alpha beta will be equal to 1. We know what is sum of roots for this equation. B by a minus b by a. So minus of m into m minus 4 divided by 3m square. Right? So m into m minus 4. If it's square, so minus won't matter. M minus 4 divided by 3m square. Minus b by a whole square. This is alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 times alpha beta. That means 2 times 2 upon 3m square. So that means 4 upon 3m square. Right? This entire thing divided by alpha beta, that means divided by 2 upon 3m square. 2 divided by 3m square. Is equal to 1. Again, you'll have a quadratic equation in m. Okay, 2 values of m you'll get. You check which one is least out of them. This you can manipulate. This you can solve as a quadratic equation. This thing we got, right? This will be solved simply as, oh, this is becoming 4 minus m whole square only. Yes, this is actually becoming 4 minus m whole square. Huh? Okay. They just factorize it. This divided by this minus 2 times of this divided by this. So minus 2 will go that side, it will simply become 3. It was easy to solve actually, not difficult. So m will be either 4 plus root 18 or 4 minus root 18, and 4 minus root 18, that means 4 minus 3 root 2 will be your minimum value, right? Simple question, right? Mains just asked you for calculation. They made the calculation look horrible, but see, calculation was not horrible actually. This divided by this minus this divided by this. When you do 2 into 2 upon 3m square divided by 2 upon 3m square, this and this will get cancelled, minus 2 will remain, minus 2 will go that side, become 1 plus 2, that means plus 3. So simply you'll just have this equals to 3. And when you'll solve this, you'll simply get m minus 4 whole square is equal to 18. Alright, let's move to next. A question from JEE Advanced 2015. Okay. A question from JEE Advanced 2015. Let's see this question. Let S be the set of all okay, give it a try. I'll just drink water and come back. Just a minute. Give it a try. Please try this on your own once, whoever is attending the session, or if you are watching recording also later, please try. I'll just be back in a minute. I hope you tried. So what is it saying? This is our quadratic equation. This has two distinct real roots. Very important point to note. In advanced questions, question has to be read very, very carefully. Everything has to be taken in consideration. Multiple choice questions can also be there. Okay. So don't take that lightly. Just a minute. Okay, now x1 and x2 satisfying the inequality x1 minus x2, mod of x1 minus x2 less than 1. Which of the following intervals is or are subsets of S? Which of the following intervals are subsets of S? What is S? S is set of all non-zero real numbers A, such that this equation has two distinct real roots. Roots are x1 minus x2. So two conditions are given to us basically. Do you understand? Two conditions are given to us basically. Getting my point? So if this equation, let's start with scratch. We have our equation ax square minus a plus minus x plus a equals 0. Its roots are x1 and x2. So we know x1 plus x2 is going to be minus times 1 time minus times minus 1 upon a. So 1 by a. And x1 multiplied with x2 will be a upon a. That means 1. Any problem in this? Correct. Now what else is given to us? This too we know. This we derived from our own knowledge. What is given to us next thing? This thing. So square, obviously mod is there. We'll square both the sides. Both are positive. We can square the inequality. Not a problem. Mod is there. We can square on both the sides. We can write x1 minus x2 whole square less than 1. Not a problem in that. Whole square we are doing. So we know x1 minus x2 whole square is what? x1, can we write this as x1 plus x2 whole square minus 4 times x1 x2? Because we must know this relationship that if my a plus b whole square is connected with a minus b whole square, if I want to connect these two, this is what? A square plus b square plus 2ab. This is a square plus b square minus 2ab. Right? If in plus 2ab, if I subtract minus 4ab, if in plus 2ab, if I do minus 4ab, so I'll have minus 2ab. So either I can say a plus b whole square minus 4ab is equal to a minus b whole square, because this is what, a square plus b square minus 2ab, and now this side will also be same. Or I can say a plus b whole square is a minus b whole square plus 4ab. Small manipulations we forget sometimes, but do remember these. Okay, so here this is what we are going to use. X1 plus x2 whole square minus 4x1 x2 is less than 1. I have these 1 by a whole square minus 4 is less than 1. X1 x2 is just 1. So basically 1 by a whole square is less than 5. This gives me 5a square minus 1 greater than 0. Right, 5a square minus 1 greater than 0. This side I'll go 5a square minus 1 greater than 0. Correct. This is what I should be getting. This is one equality though. From here I'll get one interval. From here I'll be getting one interval. Right, from here I'll get minus infinity to minus 1 by root 5 and 1 by root 5 to infinity. From here what will I get? A will belong to minus infinity to 1 by root 5 union, because I want positive value. Okay, so 1 by root 5, sorry, minus 1 by root 5 and 1 by root 5 to infinity. This is given less than 1. Okay, so equal to will not be considered. Both minus 1 by root 5 and plus 1 by root 5 are not included. Have we completed the question? Have we found all the values of A? Shall we start looking for the subset? No. One more condition. D is greater than, not greater than, equal to 0. Greater than 0, because two distinct real roots. D is not greater than or equal to 0. Distinct roots, that means equal roots are not there. That means equal to case is not considered. Right? Getting my point? Right? That case will not have to consider only. This also will have to do. D greater than 0 for this particular equation. So b square minus 4ac greater than 0. That means 1 minus 4a square greater than 0. 1 minus 4a square greater than 0. This gives me a square less than 1 by 4. A square less than 1 by 4. Okay, so minus 1 by 2 to 1 by 2. Greater, less than 0. A square less than 1 by 4. So a square minus 1 by 4 less than 0. 4a square minus 1 less than 0. Same thing only. We are writing here also we could do 4a square minus 1 less than 0. So a will belong to minus 1 by 2 to 1 by 2. This interval. So a should belong to minus 1 by 2 to 1 by 2 and also this interval. So we'll have to take the intersection. What will be the intersection? What will be the intersection of these two? So minus 1 by root 5 will be greater, right, than minus 1 by 2. So your intersection will just simply become a belongs to minus 1 by 2 to minus 1 by root 5 union 1 by root 5 to 1 by 2. And now check which one is the subset. So minus 1 by 2 to 1 by root 5. Minus 1 by root 5. This is a subset. This is correct. Minus 1 by root 5 to 0. No, minus 1 by root 5 is not included. Right? This is not a subset. 0 to 1 by root 5. No, 1 by root 5 is also not included. So not a subset. 1 by root 5 to 2. Yes, fourth one. Second part. It is a subset. So A and D both will be considered as correct over here without any doubt. Important question. Quadratic equation, these type of questions can repeat in advance or even in mains. One question this year in one of the shift, in mains only, I think 28th second shift or 29th first shift, that also is a tricky question as compared to others. All right, let's go ahead. Come on, try this. Please pardon me for my voice today. Cubic polynomial is given this time. Just now we learned about it. This is also derived from PYQ only. Good question, important question. Practice this once on your own. Nidila, anything you're saying? Any doubt? X cube plus bx plus c equals 0 if beta gamma gamma. Acha, three roots are there, alpha, beta, gamma. Okay, for this one. Right, so we know simple things that alpha plus beta plus gamma will be equal to minus b by a. B will be coefficient of x square. So alpha, beta, gamma will become 0. B is coefficient of x, not this b. Not this b. This here b is different. Minus b by a means minus of coefficient of x square divided by leading coefficient in cubic polynomial. Okay. Remember, that mistake only could happen over here. So alpha plus beta plus gamma will become 0 because there is no coefficient of x. There is no term of x square over here. Okay. So this is one thing which you'll have to pay attention at. Then alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma alpha is equal to c by a. Right? C by a. C is coefficient of x, so b. Okay, ji. Now alpha, beta, gamma also we know. Try solving along with me. I'm solving slow. C by a minus c by a. Minus constant term divided by leading coefficient. So minus of c by a. Anything? Any doubt over here? They are asking you the value of b cube plus 2c cube plus 3 alpha cube minus 6 beta cube minus 8 gamma cube. Amazing, right? Beta gamma is equal to 1 and it is also equal to minus of alpha. What does this tell us? Beta gamma equal to 1. This thing will help us. Just give me a minute. Come on, try it. What will help us over here? Arre, what happened? Right? Most of the information is already given. But it is saying, first of all, beta gamma is equal to 1 and alpha is equal to minus 1. 1 is equal to minus alpha, so alpha is equal to minus 1. What is alpha? 1 of the root. 1 of the root is minus 1. X plus 1 is a factor. That means, right? X plus 1 is one of the factor. That also we can deduce. But majorly we want BQ, this entire term's value, which we can easily find. Right? If we can find B, C, alpha, beta, gamma, we don't need to find. Just check over here. Because alpha cube is being used, beta cube is being used, this is being used. Here we can take common and solve our question without any trouble. Right? Or we can use cube root of infinity if you have learned that term. Right? So alpha, beta, gamma, which is minus C, will become beta gamma is 1 and alpha is minus 1. Is equal to minus c. So c is coming out to be equal to 1 first of all. C will come out to be equal to 1. Correct? C will come out to be equal to 1. What else? Can we find B from over here? Alpha is equal to minus 1. Whenever you have one root's value, always satisfy that root. Right? If you're thinking no what to do, it is good. It is important for you to think what to do. Okay? If you have one root's value, always without any fail, satisfy that in the equation. It will always give you some result without any doubt. Beat any question from anywhere. So alpha is equal to minus 1 should satisfy this. Minus 1 cube plus b into minus 1 plus c should be equal to 0. That means minus 1 minus b plus c should be equal to 0. That means C minus B equal to 1. What is C? 1 minus B equal to 1. B will be equal to 0. B equals 0. So B we got, C we got, alpha we have already. Right? Alpha we have already. So this entire expression which is written over here, look at this, B we got 0. So 0 cube plus 2C cube plus 2 into C, that means 1 cube minus 3 alpha cube. What is alpha? Minus 1 already given, cube, minus 6 times beta cube minus gamma cube. Now if one root is minus 1, right, in cubic polynomial, if one of the root is minus 1, then other two roots will be minus omega and minus omega square. Because one root is minus 1, so two unreal roots definitely we are going to get. Cube root of unity teaches us that if one root is minus 1, then other roots will be minus omega square and minus omega cube. Minus omega and minus omega square. These will be the two roots. Or you can manipulate this, right, beta cube and gamma cube, like that also you can use, right? Or one more thing which you can do, simply I'll tell you, best thing, if you don't want to use this, you have one factor, take that factor and divide the equation, find the other quadratic. That way also you can do. Actually this question involves a little bit of concept of complex number. Cube root of unity is generally taught in complex number, so little bit of complex from there. Minus omega and plus how much, minus 8 minus omega square cube. Okay, so finally we'll have 0 plus 2 plus 3 plus 6 minus 8 into minus omega to the power 6, that means 11 plus 8. This entire will become 11 plus 8, that means 19 should be our final answer. That's it. 19 should be our final answer. So quadratic equation questions can be clubbed with sequence and series, complex numbers, binomial theorem, even anywhere, even matrices and determinants also. So it's an important chapter. Okay, you have to read it, you have to learn it very, very carefully. Okay, one thing which I can, one more thing, if you got confused over here, what I can tell you, what I'm using is this x. What I used is this thing, x cube minus 1 equal to 0. Then only x cube will be equal to minus 1. Na? One of the roots is minus 1. Right? So this particular equation has three roots, minus 1, minus omega square. Okay, or even we can use omega and omega square, right? Minus 1 omega and omega square. This also we can use without any problem. Achha, x, this will become 1, not minus 1. So here also 1. That's why I was using minus omega. And why did I use, how did I calculate the value of omega? So omega to the power 3m, 3 times a multiple of 3 will always be equal to 1. This you must have learned in your cube root of unity, the complex number part, which we'll be taking in upcoming lectures very soon. Don't worry about it. I'll teach you that also. Right? If we have x cube plus 1, then minus 1, minus omega and minus omega square will be the roots. If x cube plus 1 equal to 0 we are taking, then for this minus 1, minus omega and minus omega square will be the three roots. Always, that's what we had, because b is 0 and c is 1. So what does this become? X cube plus 1. That's what I've used. All right, let's go to the next question. Come on, try it. It's saying alpha beta are the roots of the quadratic equation. This is also a very good PYQ, has repeated. This was there in 2022 and this was also there in 2023. This was there in 2022 and 23 as far as I remember. Just check once. But this question has appeared twice. And even the last one, this question, no, not this one, not this one. One more question was there. Okay, let's leave it. But this question also has repeated twice. High chances this same variety can repeat once again. What will they tell you in this type of question? They'll tell you alpha and beta are the roots of quadratic equation x square plus x sine theta minus 2 sine theta equal to 0, where theta belongs to 0 to pi by 2. Theta is between 0 to 90. So sine positive, cos also positive. Sine positive and cos also positive in that particular case. What is your coefficient of x square over here? 1. What is the coefficient of x over here? Sine theta. What is your constant term over here? Minus 2 sine theta. Okay. So your first of all, what will you have to do? Alpha and the are the roots of the quadratic equation. This. Then what will be the value of this thing? They are asking you the value of this. Okay. So first let's see what is this. They are saying alpha to the power 12 plus beta to the power 12. Divided by okay, this multiplied with alpha minus beta to the power 24. I think this is what, because yeah, alpha to the power minus 12 plus beta to the power minus 12. This is what's written over here. So can we simplify it? I think we can simplify it a little bit. This is 1 by alpha to the power 12 plus 1 by beta to the power 12. So this part will just become alpha to the power 12 plus beta to the power 12 divided by alpha to the power 12 multiplied with beta to the power 12. So this and this will get cancelled, and finally we'll have alpha to the power 12 into beta to the power 12 multiplied with alpha minus beta to the power of 24. Okay. Is this what we have? Or no, this alpha minus beta to the power 24 should also be in the denominator. Yeah, this is also in the denominator. This thing alpha minus beta to the power 24 is also in the denominator. So this will come like this, alpha minus beta to the power of 24. This will come like this. Okay. Now what do we need? What do we need to find? Alpha minus beta we require. We are requiring alpha minus beta. Are you getting my point? Because alpha beta to the power 12 divided by alpha minus beta to the power 24 we are getting. We have simplified correctly, no? Alpha to the power 12 plus beta to the power 12. Alpha beta will go up. Correct. And alpha minus beta to the power 24. Yes. So we can write it like this. Alpha beta to the power of 12 divided by alpha minus beta to the power of 24. This is what we need to find. I think quite easy, because alpha minus beta also we can find, and alpha beta also we can find given the equation. Right? What is my mod of alpha minus beta? If I use the formula square root d divided by mod of a. This was my formula. Correct? Okay. So if this is what? Square root d, that means square root of b square minus 4ac. What is b? Sine theta. Right? Coefficient of x. So sine square theta minus 4 times into 1 times c, that means minus 2 sine theta. So I'm just going to write plus 8 sine theta. Correct? This will become plus 8 sine theta divided by 2, divided by mod of a. A is positive only. So 1. It will just be 1. Right? This is my alpha minus beta. This is my alpha minus beta. Right? If I take, what do I need? I need this, right? Be strategic. What do I need? I need this. So I'll create this. I'll create this. I'll put, if I'm putting an even power, 12 is an even power, na? So mod will be removed. Square or any even power will remove the mod. What will be the power over here? This is already under square root. So square root to the power of 24, and here also to the power of 24. I can do that. So what will this become? Sine square theta plus 8 sine theta to the power of 12. It will become 24 by 2 equal to alpha minus beta to the power of 24. I have created what I needed. I can take sine theta common also over here. Sine theta into sine theta plus 8. I think we can do that, right? So this will become sine theta, sine to the power 12 theta into sine theta plus 8 to the power 12, right? Which will be equal to alpha minus beta to the power 24, which I needed in the denominator. Alpha beta, what is alpha beta? Alpha beta, I know. What is alpha beta? Alpha beta is constant divided by coefficient, leading coefficient. That means minus 2 sine theta. This is minus 2 sine theta, right? Minus 2 sine theta to the power of 12, right? So now this expression I'm trying to find. This expression I'm trying to find. Alpha beta to the power 12 means minus 2 sine theta to the power of 12 divided by alpha minus beta to the power 24. That means sine to the power 12 theta into sine theta plus 8 to the power of 12. What will get cancelled? This and this will get cancelled. Minus 2 to the power 12 will remain. Minus 2 to the power 12 will remain. Minus 2 to the power 12 or 2 to the power 12. Same thing only, I think. Correct? 2 to the power 12 and minus 2 to the power 12. Same thing. Upon 8 plus sine theta to the power 12. So this will just become 2 sine, 2 to the power 12 sine theta, sine 12 theta got cancelled, divided by sine theta plus 8 to the power of 12. This is our final answer. I think it's there in the options. Yeah, it will be option 3, right? This is an important PYQ. Please try it once again on your own. Okay. Sometimes these type of questions are also found in JEE Main, especially. I found similar type of questions a lot of times, although we have done that, but still let's try. Here one important thing to observe is there, otherwise you'll get indulged or you'll get lost in the question. What to note? That alpha is not equal to beta. That means two distinct roots are there, right? Alpha square plus 1 is equal to 6, which means alpha square, 6 alpha. Alpha square minus 6 alpha plus 1 equal to 0 is true. And beta square minus 6, beta square plus 1 is equal to 6 beta just simply means that beta square minus 6 beta plus 1 is equal to 0. This is also true. When can this be true? This can only be true if alpha and beta are the roots of x square minus 6x plus 1. Then only this can happen, and it's already given. Two distinct roots, alpha roots, two distinct roots. Alpha and beta are not same. So only case is this, right? Alpha, and we can conclude that, no, roots satisfy their equation. So we can conclude that very simply. Now, the rest of the part we'll be able to do very easily. We know what is alpha plus beta. Alpha plus beta will be equal to 6 and alpha beta will be equal to 1. Right? What do we need? We need a equation whose roots are these. So we know equation will be equal to x square minus sum into x plus product equal to 0. What will be sum? Sum will be what will be sum? Sum will be 2 alpha by 3 beta plus 2 beta by 3 alpha. What will be product? Product will be 4 alpha beta upon 9 alpha beta. Product of roots, very simple, 4 upon 9. Product of roots, very simple, 4 upon 9 only we are getting. Alpha beta will get cancelled. So it will be, product will be 4 upon 9. Sum we can easily find, right? 9 alpha beta will be the LCM. 6 alpha square plus 6 beta square. So this will become 6 into alpha square plus beta square divided by 9 alpha beta. And this we surely know how to calculate. When we have the sum, when we have the product, we'll just put it in the equation and we'll have our required equation. Important thing was, if this thing comes, use this way only. Otherwise, the question will just become long. They want you to use this property. Root satisfies its equation. This type of question has been seen multiple times in mains. Okay, this is what we did. Huh? Are. Achha, 2 by 3 they are taking common. So alpha is so same thing. Doesn't matter. Same thing. We are also doing the same thing. 6 by 9 is again 2 by 3. Na? So no problem. Okay. Sum of roots they found. Product of roots they found. Alpha plus beta is 6. Alpha beta is 6. So yeah. Your sum of roots, that means this thing will come as 68 by 3. Alpha plus beta whole square minus 2 alpha beta. Alpha square plus beta square substituted like this. Alpha square plus beta square can be written simply, I'll keep reminding you this thing because this is going to be used a lot. Correct? This is what they've used. So we know what is alpha plus beta, we know what is alpha beta. We just substitute the values. We got sum of roots as 68 by 3. We got product of roots already as 4 by 9. And what were we doing? Let me remind you again, we are finding the equations whose roots are these two. So 2 alpha upon 3 beta plus 2 beta upon 3 alpha, we are getting as 68 by 3. This is sum of roots. Product of roots, we are getting products as 4 beta alpha upon 9 beta alpha. That is 4 upon 9. So our equation will be nothing but x square minus sum, that means 68 by 3. Plus product, that means plus 4 by 9, and here is an x. Okay. So I think equation will just become 9x square. 3 3s are 9, so 68 into 3, 204 minus 204x plus 4 equal to 0 should be our equation. Do we have this in the options? 9x square minus 204x plus 4 equal to 0. Option number C is definitely the correct one. Okay. Important question. Do it once on your own. This question again an important PYQ. Pay attention. Let f of x be quadratic polynomial such that f of minus 2 plus f of 3 is equal to 0. This same question again, this same question also has repeated itself 2 or I think even 3 times. Same type, exactly same type. Hardly 1 or 2 times exactly same, and 1 time only slight difference in the value was there. Sir, I want to prepare for ISI. Please make videos for its preparation too. ISI Dhanbad you're talking about, or Bangalore? Jalaj? If you can come on the platform, on Friday 11 AM there will be a session there, we can talk about it. Okay, one video. Okay, I'll see if I can make a video. Sure. Yeah. Okay. All right. Great choice, beta. Great choice. I'll try to make at least a small video so that you get. All right. F of x be a quadratic polynomial such that f of minus 2 plus f of 3 is equal to 0. If one of the roots of f of x is minus 1, then the sum of roots of f of x is equal to 0 is equal to. Huh? What is this? F of x be a quadratic polynomial such that this, if one of the roots of f of x is 0, is minus 1, then sum of roots of f of x equal to 0 is equal to. Achha, sum of roots only we have to tell. F of x is a polynomial. Let's say our f of x is nothing but some ax square plus bx plus c. Very important question, guys. Very important question. Definitely very important question. This is very basic, but students do make mistake in this. So as I told you that if roots are given to you, suppose if roots are given, if alpha, beta are roots or solutions of quadratic equation, then what do we write? Then we write that our quadratic equation is a times x minus alpha into x minus beta. we write this a times x minus alpha into x minus beta. Okay, this will be our quadratic polynomial. This will be our f of x. This will be our f of x. Now this f of x equal to 0 is quadratic equation. That means a into x minus alpha multiplied with x minus beta, this equal to 0 is my quadratic equation. Got my point? There is no information that leading coefficient is equal to 1. And if we can understand this, we can solve this question also very easily. So a times, now see, a is, it is a quadratic polynomial. They have already defined that f of x is a quadratic polynomial. If it is a quadratic polynomial, that means this thing just simply means that a is not equal to 0. And if a is not equal to 0, we can cancel a over here. We can take this over the right side. And if a is not equal to 0, we'll just take this a over the right side. So we'll just have, we can simply say a is not equal to 0. So x minus alpha, one of the roots is minus 1. So x plus 1 into x minus beta is equal to 0 is my quadratic equation. Now I'll just use this f of minus 2, right? This is my quadratic polynomial. F of x is this, right? Now f of minus 2 plus f of 3. What will be f of minus 2 plus f of 3? So f of minus 2 plus 1, that means minus 1 into minus 2 minus beta, plus f of 3, that means 3 plus 1 4 into 4 minus beta is equal to 0. This is equal to 0. I'll get a value over here. Correct? This is coming out to be equal to 0. How much are we getting? Minus 3 beta minus beta plus 4 beta, plus beta minus 4 beta, so minus 3 beta plus, how much are we getting? 14. Minus 3 beta plus 14 equal to 0 we are getting. That means my beta is nothing but 14 over 3. This is my beta. This is my beta. What do we need? What do we need? We need sum of roots. That means alpha plus beta. That means minus 1 plus 14 over 3. That's it. This is what I needed. Minus 3 plus 14. 11 over 3 will be my correct answer. Simple question actually, but has repeated itself a lot many times. So do remember this, how to solve such a question. These questions which we are doing are going to be definitely beneficial for you in second attempt, right? Also in advanced. For advanced we'll do more, but second attempt will be very much beneficial because of these. Newton's formula, except 2025. In 2025, in 2025 there is no question from Newton's formula. Otherwise, except 2025, every year we have seen question from Newton's formula. And why am I saying that this is important? Because second attempt, because they didn't give any question from this in first attempt, high chances that they will give in second attempt. Okay, and in advance, Newton's formula is very much used because question starts looking horrible when you do this. Suppose your sum of roots, what does Newton formula say? For example, I'll just tell you. Let's say my equation is ax square plus bx plus c equal to 0. This is my quadratic equation. I know sum of roots is alpha plus beta. But I am just defining sum of roots in a different fashion now. Sum of roots as exponents of the roots. Right? So this I'll say S1. My S2 will be what? Alpha square plus beta square. My S3 will be what? Alpha cube plus beta cube. Right? S4 alpha to the power 4, beta to the power 4. And similarly Sn will be alpha to the power n plus beta to the power n. Right? Now sometimes with coefficients also this is going to be defined. Sometimes they'll say there'll be a coefficient p times alpha and some q times beta. Right? With coefficient also we can do this. Sum of roots with exponent as n p times alpha to the power n plus q times alpha to the power beta to the power n. So S1 just simply means that p times alpha plus q times beta. 3 alpha plus 2 beta, 4 alpha plus 3 beta, 4 alpha square plus 3 beta square, 7 alpha cube plus 9 alpha cube, 9 beta cube. If something is defined like this, we'll call that as Sn. Derivation and all, we can get into that, but right now let's not waste our time in derivation. You can derive this also very easily. Very easily you'll be able to derive it, right? Just put these values as it is and you'll get the result. Now Sn is this expression actually. So if I'm saying S2, it will be P alpha square plus Q beta square. Alpha cube, S3 will be P alpha cube plus Q beta cube. Okay, and for this always, if this is Sn, then always I can say that coefficient of highest coefficient A into Sn plus B, next coefficient B into S of n minus 1. First listen and then you'll understand. Plus C, the constant term. This will always be true. This is always true. What does it say? That if I start with n equal to 3, let's say I'm taking n equal to 3. So A S3 plus B S2 plus, oh, here I forgot to write here. Sorry. One mistake over here. C times S of n minus 2 equal to 0. Right? Plus C times S1 will be equal to 0. Okay, this will always be true. Okay, what does, more briefly, what does it mean? A times P alpha cube plus Q beta cube plus B times P alpha square plus Q beta square plus C times alpha P alpha plus Q beta. This thing will always be true. This statement will always be true and very easy to understand also. Just taking common is the only thing which will be doing. Everything will come as sum of roots and product of roots only eventually, and this will always be true. Okay, now I hope you understand by this what does Newton's formula say, and you have to directly apply it. It is also applicable for plus or minus. If some Sn is defined like this, this is also true if P alpha to the power n minus Q beta to the power n is defined as Sn. Then for this also A times Sn plus B times S of n minus 1 plus C times S of n minus 2 will always be equal to 0. This will be always true. That's what I'm trying to say and explain. Okay, Sn plus B. So you have to start with it. If you are taking NS3, so AS3 plus BS2 plus CS1 will be equal to 0. Right? If you are starting with 12, let's see some questions and you'll be able to understand better that. And trust me, from this identity, from this formula, very easy questions are asked. But only problem is that they will look horrible. See, what is it saying? For it is also true for any polynomial. Yes, if there is a cubic polynomial, let's say ax cube plus bx square plus cx plus d equal to 0, and the roots are alpha, beta, gamma. Right? Now, I can have different coefficients also, p alpha, q beta and r gamma. Right? To the power n, to the power n, to the power n. So this will be also true in this case. A times of Sn plus B times of Sn minus 1 plus C times of Sn minus 2 plus D times of Sn minus 3 will definitely be equal to 0. It is true for any degree polynomial. Okay, which is defining Sn like this. Let's see this question. Now see, if you look at this question for the first time and you don't know what is Newton's theorem, no, you'll get confused. You'll be like, I am leaving this question. Just give me a minute. I'll drink some water and come back. Give it a try. Tell me what's the answer. So here Sn is defined. P is 2023, Q is 2024. This is last year's question. Okay, very easy question. This is, if Sn is defined, then I can simply say A, that means 1. What is A? Coefficient of x square, 1 into Sn plus, right, sorry, minus A times Sn plus B times Sn minus 1. What is B? B is minus 1. So plus minus 1 times S of n minus 1 minus S of n minus 1. Minus 1 times S of n minus 1, that only. Minus 1 times S of n minus 2 will be equal to 0. This is going to be true, right? Look at the coefficients. All coefficients are 1 and minus 1. 1 minus 1 minus 1. 1 into Sn plus minus 1 into Sn minus 1 plus minus 1 into Sn minus 2 will be equal to 0. This will be true. What should I take n as? Now look at the options. 12, 11, 10, 12, 11, 10, 12, 11, 10, 12, 11, 10. Take n as 12. Take n equal to 12. What will this become? S12 minus S11 minus S10 equal to 0. That simply says S12 is equal to S11 plus S10. Here's your answer. Option number B. You didn't have to do anything. Didn't have to do anything. What is Sn? Sn is defined already. This was a simple question of Newton's formula. Okay. Otherwise, you will have to do a lot of manipulations, take common and all. If you remember the formula, if you can use it very easily, it will always be beneficial for you. Next question from 2021. Again on this. Alpha beta two real numbers such that alpha plus beta is equal to 1, alpha beta is equal to minus 1. Alpha plus beta is equal to 1, alpha beta is equal to minus 1. Pn, instead of Sn, they gave Pn. Alpha to the power n plus beta to the power n. Pn is defined like this. So we know that if sum of roots and product of roots is given, if sum of roots and product of roots is given, this will lead us to what? Sum of roots and product of roots is given. So equation will be x square minus sum of roots into x, that means x square minus x, plus product of roots, plus minus 1, that means minus 1, equal to 0. This will be my equation. And if this is my equation, I'll apply over here. Coefficient of x square, that means 1 into p of n, minus coefficient of x plus coefficient of x, which is minus 1, into p of n minus 1, plus minus 1 into p of n minus 2, so minus of p of n minus 2. This will be true, correct? This will definitely be true. So basically p of n minus p of n minus 1, which is given to me, that means minus 11, minus p of n minus 2. Acha, n minus 2 is not given to me now. So instead of this, I have to do some manipulation because n plus 1 is given to me now. What can I do? It's just decreasing 1 by 1 now. So I can take n plus 1, n and n minus 1. N minus 1, n minus 2, or n plus 1, n and n minus 2. N minus 1, same thing. So what I can do, I know p of n minus p, p of n plus 1 minus p of n minus p of n minus 1. This will also be equal to 0. P of n plus 1 is there with me, 29. P of n I need to find. P of n minus 1 also is given to me, 11, equal to 0. So P of n is 29 minus 11. So 18. P of n is 18. What did they ask? P of n square, that means 324 should be my answer. That's it. As simple as that. So easily we'll be able to solve using Newton's identity, but study this part very carefully, because if question comes from here, that will be super easy. That will be pakka super easy. And in advance also, questions have come from this identity only. One more question. Alpha to the power 21 plus beta, a to the power 21 plus b to the power 21. Try this question once on your own. Just a minute. What all do we need? Right? A and B are the roots. Sorry, A and B are the roots given to you. So you define Sn. You can define Sn. Sn is nothing but A to the power n plus B to the power n. You can yourself also define Sn. What's the problem? Right? If it is not given to you, you can define. You don't take any coefficient of A and B, A to the power n and B to the power n, to ease your calculation. It will be much beneficial. Now you know that for this Sn minus 7 times of Sn minus 1 minus 1 time of Sn minus 2 will be equal to 0. This will be true. So take n is equal, start with n equal to 21, right? So that will give you what? S of 21 minus 7 S20 minus S19 equal to 0. What is this written actually? S21 plus S17 divided by S19 is written over here. Correct? But how can we manipulate over here? We have S21, we have S19 also, but we don't have S17 right now. Where will we get S17 from? So we'll have to write S20 and S19 also. We'll check with S20 and S19 also. So S20 minus 7 S19 minus S18 will be equal to 0. And similarly S19 minus 7 S18 minus S17 will be equal to 0. Now we can use all the values. Right? S21 will be what? 7S20 plus 7S20 plus S19. Correct? What will be S17? S17 will be 7S18 minus S19. So 7S18 minus S19. Yeah, we can write like that. S19 and S19 gone. But S19 we can write as in terms of S20 and S18, right? S19 will be what? S20 minus S18 by 7, right? So S19 minus S19 here gone, but S19 from here will become S20 minus S18 by 7. So S20 minus S18 divided by 7. And I think here also something wrong. Yeah. S17 we did na, S17. So S17 we got equal to S19 minus S18. We made a mistake. We made a mistake. Something wrong we have done. Wait. We did wrong substitutions by mistake. Let's do it again. S21 we can write as S19 minus S20. Okay. S21 is S19 plus S20. S19 plus S20. Now S17 I want. So S17 I can take only from here. S19 minus 7 S18 plus S19 minus 7 S18. Okay, minus 7 S18 divided by S19. So S20 minus 7 S18. S20 minus 7 S18. Yeah, something so we are doing galat or wrong. 19 se start. If we started, then it's good here. What's the problem? So it will become S21. We should let it remain. How do we adjust? No, we'll have to put our brain some adjustment. Okay, let's not take S21. Let's not put S21. Let's keep S21 as it is. If I do that, S17 will become S19 minus 7S18. Okay, so S19 minus 7S18. All right, divided by S19. Okay, S21 minus 7S18 will become what? S19 minus 7S18. Yeah, this will become 50 times of S19. We can write like this. This will become 50 times of S19, right? Plus S21 minus, from here, S21 minus 7S20. Am I correct? Minus 7S20 we can write. Yes, here we can write. Just check once, okay? You can do your own manipulation also. Right now I'm doing just guessing that how I can get everything cancelled. You can do other ways also, right? Solve the three equations and using 3, just manipulate this term in such a way that you just can keep only S19 and then you'll be able to cancel it. So now I'm able to actually do it. Now my S21 minus 7S20 will become S19 only. So it will become 51 times S. So this will become 51 times S19 divided by S19, which will be just 51. So my answer will be 51. These type of questions are asked 51, not 81 here. Why is it looking like 51 will be my final answer. S21 minus 7, S19 will again become S19 only, na? So that's the thing. All right. Or what you can do, you can take common also. One more idea you can take things common. You can start with alpha to the power 17. That way also you'll be able to do, right? You can take things common or take alpha to the power 19 common in these, so that here you'll be able to cancel. There are multiple ways in which you'll be able to do this. Sir, in this series, are you going to say all chapters or not? Yes, Rangnath, we'll do all chapters. All chapters means fundamentals of mathematics, logs, or fundamentals of countings, which we teach in general year-long classes. Those we might not be able to take, but majority of the important topics for main second attempt we will take. Pakka. Everything, right? Everything. We have 47 days still left. So in these 47 days, all the major topics with major concepts we'll take. Even statistics questions we'll try to take, right? Any statistics is there on the channel. All the concepts are covered. For that we'll take questions. Wherever I think yaar, this concepts also students will need for performing better in the second attempt. Those topics I'm trying to teach completely. Yeah, this is for second attempt. Definitely yes. Second attempt, and even 20-26 students can get benefited from this without any trouble. Okay, so Newton's formula, very important thing. Revise this. There can some more if you're in PYQs or in books, it will be exponential equation of sum of roots. That topic will be given. They won't write Newton's formula. Okay, so that's the thing. Now let's study relation between roots and coefficients, higher degree equations. Higher degree equations, this we have already studied. Okay, this thing we already studied. I already told you, and mostly cubic ones will be used mostly, right? Sum of roots taken 2 at a time. Achha, taken 2 at a time we'll take first. Taken 3 at a time we'll take afterwards. Yes, taken 2 at a time we'll take first. Taken 3 at a time we'll take afterwards. So minus b by c by a, minus d by e by a, minus plus minus plus, minus b by a, c by a, minus d by a, e by a. Sum of roots taken 2 at a time, sum of roots taken 3 at a time. Product of roots, right? This way it will keep going on. Newton's identity is even true for cubic polynomial, as I told you, right? It is also true for cubic polynomial without any doubt. Told you, right? It is also true for cubic polynomial. So for over here, can you tell me what will be S1? For a natural number n, Sn is defined. Sn is defined as 2 to the power n, 3 to the power n, 4 to the power n. So basically, can I say that Sn is defined for, this Sn is defined for cubic polynomial having 2, 3 and 4 as roots? Yes, by question I can say that. These strategies will be very helpful in advance also. Okay, so listen carefully. Can I say that? Now, equation, cubic equation is again x cube minus s1 x square plus s2 x minus s3 x cube x square, this is x to the power 4 here. Wait, if it is degree 4, then x to the power 4, let's do in degree 3 only. No, why we are doing a question of degree 3? So your polynomial will be x cube minus s1 x square plus s2 x minus s3 equal to 0. That's it. This will be your cubic polynomial. Correct? Just like we in quadratic polynomial, x square minus sum of product, sum of roots into x plus product. So here s1, s2, s3 will come. Sum of roots taken 2 at a time, product of roots. So instead of s3, we should write product actually. Product. We should actually write product over here. Right? What will be s2? This will be s2. This will be s2. Now pay attention at s2. Right? Pay attention at s2. Just a minute. In this question, pay attention at s2. What will be s1? S1 will be just 2 plus 3 plus 4, which is sum of roots, which will be 9. Okay. What will be s2? What will be s2? 2 square plus 3 square plus 4 square. Correct? Now pay attention. When we were doing cubic polynomial, very important part, S2 basically means alpha square plus beta square plus gamma square. Correct? What will that be? Can I write it as alpha plus beta plus gamma whole square minus alpha beta minus 2 times of alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma delta gamma alpha equal to 0. Can I do that? Same thing only, no? No. Alpha square plus beta square, I'll write it once again. By S2, this thing, alpha square plus beta square plus gamma square. We know the identity. A plus B plus C whole square is what? A square plus B square plus C square plus 2AB plus 2BC plus 2CA. So if I remove this 2AB, 2BC, 2CA, only A square plus B square plus C square will be left. So I can simply say alpha square plus beta square plus gamma square is equal to alpha plus beta plus gamma whole square minus 2 times of alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma alpha. Yes, that's true. And this is what I need. Sum of roots taken 2 at a time. Right? Sum of roots taken 2 at a time. Correct? So my S2, which is 2 square plus 3 square plus 4 square, is actually sum of roots taken 2 at a time in case of cubic polynomial. Are you able to relate Newton's formula and the normal Vieta's theorem, which we are studying for, from which we find the relation between roots and coefficients? Very much relatable. Correct? So S2 will be nothing but sum of roots taken 2 at a time. So what will be the value? 16. So this will be equal to what? This will be 2 plus 3 plus 4 whole square minus 2 times of 2 into 3 plus 2 plus 3 into 4 plus 2 into 4. Right? Correct or not? correct? So equation will become what? What will be the product? Product will be 2 into 3 into 4, 24. What will be this? 16 plus 9, 20. 16 plus 9, 25. 25 plus this will become 26. S2 will become 26. This is, or we can do like this also. 9 square 81. 81 minus 2 times of 6 plus 12 plus 8, 26. That means 52. 81 minus 26. 26. This is coming out to be 26. What will be my equation? X cube minus sum of roots. That means S1. Plus sum of roots taken 2 at a time into x plus, sorry, minus product equal to 0. So my equation is x cube minus 9x square plus 26x minus 24 equal to 0. This is my quadratic equation. So here I can apply the Newton. Now I can apply the Newton's identity, right? Now I can simply apply the Newton's identity because I have the equation. What will be Newton's identity? If Sn is defined for Sn, if Sn is defined, whatever Sn is defined for Sn, I'll take n equal to 10 because highest is 10, so I'll take n equal to 10. So if n is equal to 10, 1 into S10 minus 9 into S9 plus 26 into S8 minus 24 into S7 will be equal to 0. I think this only is asked. So S10 minus 9S9 will be equal to okay, 24S7. Okay, this entire thing S10 minus 9S9 plus 26S8 is equal to 24S7. So this term will just become equal to 24S7 divided by 12 minus 12S7. So S7 S7 cancelled, minus 2 will be the value of this. Minus 2 should be the value of this. Minus 2 or 2? Yeah, I think it should be 2. Plus 26, na? So it will be 24 and here is minus 12. Minus 12 S7. I think it should be minus 2. Let's check. 2 only there given. Arey yaar. S10 minus S9. Arey plus. Where did plus come from? Wait. Oh. Minus 24 into. What's happening, bro? Product was 24. Correct only we made. They have given wrong, no? Just check once, or only I am getting confused. Plus 26x plus 24 it will be, yeah? Minus b, no, minus 2 only. Yeah, minus 2 should be correct. I don't think I'm making any mistake. I think it should be minus 2. Just check once. If there is a mistake, then let me know. It should be minus 2. They have done some mistake. Special question. This type of question also has repeated. Simple thing which you have to notice. Alpha, beta, gamma are the roots. Right? Alpha, beta, gamma are given as the roots to you of a cubic polynomial. Right? Here you just have to realize that there is no x square term. there is no x square term, so simply alpha plus beta plus gamma is just going to be equal to 0. That's it. So your alpha plus beta becomes minus gamma, your alpha plus gamma becomes equal to minus beta, and your beta plus gamma becomes equal to minus alpha. That's what you have to substitute over here. So it will become 1 by minus gamma minus 2 gamma plus 1 by minus 2 beta plus 1 by minus 2 alpha. This value you have to find. So 1 by 2 you can take common. In fact, minus 1 by 2 you can take common, and then 1 by alpha plus 1 by beta plus 1 by gamma. And here you can use your manipulations. Alpha plus beta plus gamma divided by alpha beta gamma. What will this become? This will become minus 1 by 2 times alpha beta plus beta gamma plus gamma alpha divided by alpha beta gamma. That's it. You know both the values. Upper value will become how much? Sum of roots taken 2 at a time. C by A. C is minus 2. Right? So it will become minus 1 by 2 into minus 2 product minus D by A. So minus 1. So this will get cancelled. 2 will cancelled. Minus 1 will be your final answer. Okay. Minus 1 will be your final answer. Good question. Here we had to observe that there is no sum of roots. Right? May repeat. They'll also involve AP in the questions. In that case, only catch, and 99% of the times, guessing of roots will work. In these type of cases, take roots as A minus D, A plus D. Take these as roots. Okay. As soon as you do that, your sum of roots A minus D plus A plus D will become equal to what? Minus of B by A. Over here, minus of minus P by 1. That means equal to P. So your 3 times A will be equal to P, and A will be equal to P over 3. A will be equal to just P over 3. Find the condition. In this case, in this question, I got this question just to say that in exam, they might ask you that which of the following is true if the roots are in AP. So you should be able to understand that you have to work like this. That's it. When you do this, the condition will become what? A is given equal to P by 3, and we know that A is a root which will satisfy the equation. So we know A cube minus PA square plus QA will minus R will be equal to 0. Condition means we just need to get rid of X. We got rid of X. We got everything in terms of P. That's it. P by 3. That's it. We got everything in terms of P and Q. There is no A, which we chose. We chose A. So we have to get rid of A. And condition means there should not be X. P, Q and R are constant. In this equation, we just have P, Q, R. So this will be the condition. Whatever options that you can check in the exam. Now, very good question. Multiple choice again. I think it's an advanced PYQ. Try. I would recommend, just a minute. I would recommend try this question now. You can pause the video if you want. Okay guys, sorry, a little bit of throat problem which I'm facing. I'll try to speak a little bit slower and softer. So this question, very good question, manipulative. I'll give you a little bit of hint to solve it. Alpha, beta, gamma, delta, degree 4 equation it is. Okay, equation of degree 4 it is. So what we can do, we know that alpha plus beta plus gamma plus delta, this is sum of roots. This is going to be equal to 12. This is what we know, right? And one thing is given to us, that alpha plus beta is equal to gamma plus delta. So we can also say 2 times of alpha plus beta is equal to 12. So you see alpha plus beta is equal to 6, and so gamma plus delta, right? Same, right? We can say that. Now what else do we have? We just don't have sum of roots taken 2 at a time. We have sum of roots, the value of sum of roots taken 3 at a time, that we have, that is 54, right? Alpha beta, beta gamma plus gamma delta plus beta delta and plus alpha delta is what we have. Or I can say this way that alpha beta into gamma plus delta plus gamma delta into alpha plus beta, right? Plus gamma delta into alpha plus beta. When you open this, no, you get sum of roots taken 3 at a time. You'll get sum of roots taken 3 at a time. So this is what we have already. What is this? Alpha beta gamma plus alpha beta delta plus gamma delta alpha plus gamma delta beta. This is what we have as 54. This is what is given to us. This is already given to us. But we know that over here, this and this are equal, right? We know that this and this are equal. The value is equal, right? And both are 6. So 6 times alpha beta plus 6 times gamma delta is equal to 54. So we can say 6 times alpha beta plus 6 times gamma delta is equal to 54, which is sum of roots taken 3 at a time. Coefficient of x by leading coefficient. So now from here what do we get? Alpha beta plus gamma delta is equal to 9 then. Great. This is coming out to be equal to 9. And we know that alpha, beta, gamma and delta, the product of all the roots will be equal to 14, which is given to us. This will be equal to 14. Now this is x plus y is 9, x into y is 14. So this situation is just saying that x plus y is 9 and xy is equal to 14. That means my x should be equal to 7, y should be equal to 2. Very simple. I don't need to solve it. I can do the guesswork, right? So that means this is correct for sure. Alpha beta by gamma delta, alpha beta by gamma delta will be equal. What will be alpha beta? This is what? This is alpha beta. This is my gamma delta. This will be equal to 7 by 2. Correct. So this option is correct, and alpha square plus beta square is less than gamma square plus delta square. That's it. Right? That's what they are saying. Right? This condition is true in both the cases. This I can find. This I can find now. What is this? Lambda is what? Alpha beta plus gamma delta plus delta beta plus delta alpha plus gamma alpha. This will be lambda, which will be equal to 45. This I can easily find now. All the values I have. Please try this question on your own. once, right, it will give you very good depth and brief about relation between roots and coefficients, and this question can appear in advance. Try this once on your own. Both the options are correct. Lambda equals 45 and the third option, right? Also explore the reason why they are correct. In solution there is nothing given. Now nature of roots. Sir, nature of roots we know, if d is less than 0, d is equal to 0, d is greater than 0. Not only that, this is okay. On the basis of d we define, if d is greater than 0, then roots will be real and distinct. That is one thing. But if, one more important point, if your d is a perfect square, then your roots will be conjugate irrationals, right? If d is not a perfect square, right? If your d in this minus b plus minus square root of d by 2a, just think about it. If this d is not a perfect square, then your two roots will be minus b plus irrational number divided by 2a, minus b minus irrational number divided by 2a. So something like 3 plus root 2, 3 minus root 2, 3 plus 2 root 2, 3 minus 2 root 2, 2 plus root 2, 2 minus root 2. They'll be conjugate irrationals. Conjugate means just change the sign and same numbers are being used if this is not a perfect square. But if d is greater than 0, okay, sorry, if d is greater than 0, and d is also a perfect square, in that case you'll get two distinct rational roots. Sir, I'm 98% in mains, can I get triple? Which state? Rathai Kamal, which state? Trichy. Are you from Tamil Nadu? Rathai Kamal, are you from Tamil Nadu? Tamil Nadu, na? Haan. So, state quota, definitely. It has state quota. Every NIT will have their state specific quota. I think triple you will get 98.3. I think general, I'm supposing general, yeah, 98 percentile you should get. Triple you should get. I'm sure you'll get. General, no problem. Pakka. If you're from Tamil Nadu, no, in that state quota, that what do we get? In the second counseling round, when you go and when you'll fill your state as Tamil Nadu, that state quota will be applied, and there is some state quota also. State people will be preferred first in every state's NIT. So on the basis of that, I can assure you that you'll pakka get triple E, not CSE. I'm not sure CSE you'll get, but triple E I think you'll get. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, now if this d is a perfect square, then we'll get rational roots. Two distinct rational roots. Okay, if d is a perfect square. Now if d is equal to 0, then what do we have? We have that this is a complete square. If your d is equal to 0, that means you have two equal roots. That means your quadratic equation is a perfect square. What does it mean? That x is equal to minus b by 2a, because plus minus square root d is gone, d is 0. So both the values of x will be equal to minus b by 2a. Correct? Both the values will be minus b by 2a. And this also means that your quadratic is just going to be a perfect square. It will be a perfect square of 2ax minus b. This will be your quadratic. Although you don't need to get into this much, but just know that if d is equal to 0, that means your quadratic is a perfect square. Sometimes they might give you a question that for what values of this particular variable will your quadratic be a perfect square or not. Sir, I got 97.5 percentile. What should I do for 99 plus? I'm done with it. Theory is complete. But 97.5, you are getting 99 plus. If you want, do two things. Okay, In which subject? Can you tell me subject specific marks? Parijat, come on, quickly tell me subject percentiles. In chemistry you're lagging, or in physics or maths? Tell me. Okay, next. D is less than 0. D is less than 0. That simply means complex conjugate roots. So sometimes they'll tell you that this quadratic equation has complex roots or imaginary roots. Then just remember that imaginary roots will always occur in pairs. Always occur in pairs. Conjugate pairs. 3 plus 2 root I, 3 plus 2i, 3 minus 2i. Just like irrational roots, this happens with irrational roots also. So theory is important, very important. Okay. On this only, on the basis of this only, questions are asked. We forget these small things, and then in the question we think, "Arey, our question was difficult." Okay, for example, let's do some questions based on these things only. Number of all possible values of positive integral x for which positive integral values of a for which roots of quadratic equation are rational numbers. Rational numbers. What do we mean by that? How? First condition, right? Rational numbers, first condition. Come on, try to do this. If rational numbers, that means discriminant should be a perfect square. That's it. That's it. Number of all positive integral values. What should be a perfect square? D should be perfect square. Correct. So what is D? 11 square. B square minus 4 times 6 times A. This should be a perfect square. So 121 minus 24A. I want this to be a perfect square. So if I take A is equal to 1, let's say, or let's start with A equal to 24 into 5 is 120, right? 220. So we can start with 5. Suppose A is equal to 5. Correct? A is equal to 5. A cannot be negative. This cannot be negative. If D is negative, then rational. Leave rational. We don't have real roots only. Very good, Radhekamal. JD, D is perfect square. Right? No roots only. So A will start with 5. If A is equal to 5, that means D is equal to 1. 121 minus 120. So this is correct. 1 is a perfect square. Second case, A is equal to 4. Positive integral values we are taking. So second case is A is equal to 4. At A is equal to 4. 2 4s are 8, 4 4s are 16. 96. Correct? 96 it will be. Check. How many integral values can we take over here? Yeah. A being equal to 4, D is coming out to be equal to 121, 96. So 5. D is coming out to be 25. Sorry, not 5. Right? Third case, A is equal to 3. If we take A equal to 3, what will D become? 121 minus 24 into 3. 72. So this will become 49. Yes. D is a perfect square. D is coming 49. Fourth case, A is equal to 2 if we take. So 48. 121 minus 48 gives us 72, 73. So D will become 73. What else can we take? Fifth case, A is equal to 1. If A is equal to 1, 121 minus 24, 97, not a perfect square. D is equal to 97. This is rejected, this is rejected, accepted, accepted, and accepted. So 3, number of all possible positive integral values. So 3 values we have. Answer should be 3. 3 positive integral values of A we have, for which this is a perfect square. This was actually considered as a tough question in 2019 because in Unacademy, those booklets, this is marked as tough. But you only think, if we are thorough with the concept, this is not tough, right? Okay, let's move ahead. If 1 is a root of the equation and equation this has equal roots, then find the value of n. If 1 is a root of this equation and this equation has equal roots, then find the value of n. Easy question. Try to do it once on your own. 1 is a root. Whenever root is given, first thing which I said is always whenever root is given to you, first thing should be done is satisfy the root in the equation. So that will give us 3 into 1 square plus m into 1 minus 2 equal to 0. So 3 plus m minus 2 equal to 0. So m equal to minus 1. We got m. Correct? We got m directly. Correct, no? Next thing, what shall we do? Tell me in the comments. M. Arey yaar, 1 is a root, huh? If 1 is a root, 1 should satisfy, right? Correct. X equal to 1, we have to take 3 plus I think, yeah, m is equal to minus 1. We are not doing anything wrong. 3 minus 2, 1, m equal to, so m plus 1 equal to 0, m equal to minus 1. Yes, 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 yes. 1 is a root. Correct. Next thing, if we have n, second thing is equal roots. For equal roots, what's the condition? D equal to 0. Right. Equal roots. That means D equal to 0. As simple as that. D equal to 0 means what? What is this equation? Minus 1 into x square plus 6x minus n equal to 0. So this will be minus x square minus 6x minus n equal to 0. So x square plus 6x minus plus n equal to 0. So D is what? D is 6 square minus 4 times 1 times n equal to 0. That means 36 minus 4n equal to 0. That means n is equal to 9. That's it. Find the value of n. N is equal to 9. As simple as that. So all the conditions, be thorough with them, where to use what. Otherwise, you'll lose marks just because of not this question. Look, this was the question I was talking about. This question from quadratic equation is the only question which was a bit tricky in the shift that we have. No, not even this one here. Not even this one. There is one more. Not even this one. This one also is a good question. This came on 29th January evening shift. If any one of you has given the exam, you'll know that. D is perfect square. Correct. If the set of all A belonging to R for which equation has no real root. No real root means D less than equal to 0. Right? Has no real root. In the interval alpha comma beta, where capital X means X belonging to any integer where X is between alpha and beta. So you have to find the sum of X square for all X. Okay, first of all, understanding the question itself is a trouble. So let's go step by step. First thing, it's saying that this quadratic equation has no real roots. That means my 2x square plus ax. Yeah, let's do like this. 2x square plus a minus 5 times x plus 15 minus 3a equals 0. This has no real roots. No real roots, that means D less than 0, not equal to 0. No real roots means D less than 0. Let's make D less than 0. That means B square, that means a minus 5 whole square minus 4 times 2 times 15 minus 3a is less than 0. Okay, so this will become what? Let's solve it. A square plus 25 minus 10 minus 8 times 15 minus 3a is less than 0. Okay, from here we'll be getting the interval of a actually. So let's simplify. 10a it is now. So a square 15 into 8 120, 25 minus 120, that means minus 95, right? Minus 10a and plus 3a, plus 24a, minus 10a, and this will become 8 3s are 24a. So minus 10a plus 24a, 14 we'll be getting, plus 14a we are getting, plus 14a less than 0. Okay. I think correct, no? Just check once. Just check once if you're online. Somebody come on, please check once. Come on, check once. This is 2025 question. Sorry. Okay, ji. So I think 19 into 5 will be the roots. 19 minus 5. Wait. Yeah, this is a square plus 14a minus 95 less than 0. So a square plus 19a minus 5a minus 95 less than 0. 19 5s are 95s. So okay, so a into a plus 19 minus 5 times a plus 19 is less than 0. So basically what are we getting? A plus 19 and a minus 5 less than 0. So a belongs to minus 19 to 5. Okay, a belongs to minus 19 to 5. So this interval, that means your alpha and beta you have found. That means your alpha, a belongs in this interval, na? So alpha is minus 19 and beta is 5. Correct, ji? Alpha is minus 19 and beta is 5. This is 2025 29 January evening shift question. Okay, so you see, you can get some questions like this. This time in 2 of the shifts, questions of quadratic were really good. Okay, they've induced with set theory. So now in this interval, x is greater than alpha and less than beta. Definitely yes, x is greater than minus 19 and less than 5. X is greater than minus 19 and less than 5. If that's the case, then and x belongs to z. So we have to find the sum of square of all the values of x, all the integral values of x. X is an integer. X belongs to z means x is an integer. Now from minus 19 to 5, not including minus 19 and 5, how many integers do we have? We have from, so x can be equal to minus 18, minus 17, minus 16, minus 15 till 1, 2, 3 and 4. All these numbers will be the values of x. So sigma x square is nothing but 18 square plus 17 square plus 16 square till 1 square, right? And these 2 square, 3 square, 4 square, once again, right? All squares, no, all square till 1, and plus again 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square plus 4 square. This is what you were supposed to do. This is what we were supposed to do. So sum of squares from 1 to 18, sigma x square will become what? 1 square plus 2 square till 18 square plus 1 square plus 2 square till 4 square. So this will become what? 8n into n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. Right? What is the formula of sum of squares? Sum of squares of natural numbers, only that we are going to use. So you can calculate the answer. I think answer is not given. You can calculate the answer though. right? And you can easily calculate this, otherwise there'll be too much of calculation. Right now I don't want to do it. I can see if answer is available with me, that you can verify, but answer also not available, I think, right? So this will become 18n into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1, that means 37 divided by 6 plus 4 into 5 into 9 divided by 6. N into n plus 1 into 2n plus 1 divided by 6. So this will be your answer. This thing will be your answer, and it was a big answer. Good question. Practice this question once again. You might get a repeated question in your exam also. This question I'm just introducing because some students, try to solve it by putting x as 1 plus root 3. And this question also has repeated multiple times in JEE Mains especially. The idea is not putting x as 1 plus root 3 and calculating the value. It will be very calculative. 1 plus root 3 cube, then 1 plus root 3 square, right? Like this. Would you like to do like that? I don't think that you should be doing like that. So what is the other way? Can anybody suggest right now? If you actually put x as 1 plus root 3 over here, no? Instead of x, it will become very calculative. So idea is, I'll explain you over here. It is given to you x is equal to 1 plus root 3. So x minus 1 will be equal to root 3. X minus 1 whole square will be equal to 3. And you'll get a quadratic equation. Now, this is one value. X is equal to 1 plus root 3 you want to find. We are trying to find the value at x is equal to 1 plus root 3. And when we put x is equal to 1 plus root 3, this is the quadratic equation we form. Now this cubic polynomial will divide with this quadratic equation, right? This cubic polynomial will divide by the quadratic equation which we have formed, which is this one. This polynomial will divide by this, right? Divisible or not divisible, we don't know. We are not saying that it's a root, right? We are just dividing, and by using quotient, by using the division lemma, a is equal to bq plus r, or dividend is equal to divisor into quotient plus remainder, that only we are using. So this is our dividend. What was our divisor? This thing was our divisor. Quotient we got plus remainder we got. When we put all this and compare, we'll simply get this value. Because why? Because x square minus 2x minus 2 is equal to 0. This already is equal to 0. So this thing equal to 12 into x plus 1. And x here we can put as 1 plus root 3. So value of this at x is equal to 1 plus root 3 can be calculated easily by this method. Although if you want to calculate by putting x as 1 plus root 3, you can do that also, but just try to suggest you a better way, a more convenient and faster way for solving such a problem. Okay, let's move ahead. Common roots again, very commonly used topic. In 2025 session 1, we did not have no questions from common root was there. No question from common root was asked in first attempt. So it is very likely that you will be asked questions based on common root in second attempt. Very much likely it is. Okay, so be prepared. Common root, mostly it's very simple. Why? Because the question itself is saying that there is one root which is common to both the equations, right? And mostly in quadratic equation only. So common roots means either one root can be common or both the roots can be common. If both the roots are common, then suppose this is the equation, And this is one more equation, that is this has alpha beta roots, this also has alpha beta roots, both roots are common. How is that possible? If this equation is nothing but multiple of this equation, only then it can happen. Otherwise, how? Both are same equations. When we multiply a linear equation with a constant, we get same linear equation of the same line. Same thing will happen over here, because this k can anytime go over there and become equal to 0, right? So if both roots are common, that means ratio of the coefficients will be equal, just like in linear equation. But if one root is common, only one root is common, then first thing is that common root will satisfy both the equations. Use that. 99% of the times your question will be solved only with that, right? We know that both roots of equation can make the satisfy second equation one by one. Both make the equation satisfy one by one with the common root. If one root is common, make both the equations satisfy by the common root, and 99% of the times question will be solved by that only. Otherwise, you can solve both the equations. If equations are solvable, then solve both the equations and find the root. This will not be required, because why would they give you two equations? It will become very simple. This will become too easy. So they'll not give you this category. This will be most of the times, right? And rarely this condition. If nothing works, then there is a formula also which you can use. This formula you can use, and it's the better way of remembering this is this, right? So if you have two equations, let's say a1 x square plus b1 x plus c1 equal to 0, and a2 x square plus b2 x plus c2 equal to 0. This has alpha beta, this has alpha gamma. Let's say alpha is common, right? So value of alpha will be equal to c1a2, remember like this, c1a2 minus c2a1. Start from here, c1a2 minus c2a1, right over here, c1a2 minus c2a1 divided by b1c2 minus b2c1, b1c2 minus b2c1, always starting from top, b1c2 minus b2c1, right? C and B are used. C will be used in numerator and denominator both. C1A2 minus C2A1, B1C2 minus B2C1 equal to A1B2 minus B2A1. Oh, yeah, A1B2 minus A2B1. B2A1 will be same only here. Minus A2B1. A1B2 minus A2B1 divided by same. This thing is same. C1A2 minus C2A1. This will be the, this you'll have to remember, and yeah, you can easily remember. Start from right top, C1A2 minus C2A1, right? Here also, right? Below this it will be B1C2 minus B2C1, B1C2 minus B2C1, and above this will be A1B2 minus A2B1, right? Only for this part we are starting from right top. Both other parts we are starting from left top. 2-3 times you'll write and you can easily remember. Singage, yes, Cox theory, sir. I got a bit of Singage, yeah, definitely. Everything is there in Singage. Good book. Both roots are common. That means ratio of coefficients are equal. Just give me a while. I'll just drink some water and come back. Hello guys, sorry, I hope I didn't take more than 5. Oh my god, right now Bangalore's weather is so bad and so dangerous that you cannot actually take care of your health. Hi sir, engage, yeah, okay, something. Alright. Come on, did you try this? If the equations this have a common root, then A ratio B ratio C was asked. I think I didn't give you this question earlier, no? Now only we are taking this. Yeah, I think so. Okay, give it a try. Just a minute. This is JEE Main 2013. Simple, right? Have a common root. So whenever the point of keeping this question, obviously you can try and you can do it. The point of keeping this question was, whenever you have a common root question, write it down somewhere. Whenever, write it down. I'll not write, you write. Whenever you face a common root question, always check the nature of roots in the equations. That will always help. Why am I saying this? Because imaginary roots occur in pairs. Correct? So if one of the equation has imaginary roots and it's saying that both the equations have common roots, this has imaginary roots, as I can see, b square 4 minus 4 into 3 12, 4 minus 12, so imaginary roots. D is less than 0. For this equation, if we see x square plus 2x plus 3 equal to 0. For this one, if we check D, what will be D? 2 square minus 4 times 1 times 3. This is going to be 4 minus 12, so minus 8. This is going to be less than 0. Simply. D less than 0, that means imaginary roots. Imaginary roots will always occur in pairs. So it is not possible that only one root is common. That means both roots are common. Both roots common. Both roots are common. And if both roots are common, the condition is very simple. Right? Ratio of coefficients, that means 1 by A will be equal to 2 by B will be equal to 3 by C. That means A ratio B ratio C will be just 1 ratio 2 ratio 3. Okay, 1 ratio 2 ratio 3. As simple as that. Right? So whenever you get a question of common root, no, first check the nature of roots. That will tell you whether the question is easy or difficult. Second, one root common. Second method, satisfy the root. Right? Second thing is that always satisfy the root and check. For example, let's say this question, a, b, p, q belongs to q. Suppose that f of x is x square plus ax plus b equal to 0 and g of x is this. Have a common irrational root. Have a common irrational root. This is a question, PYQ of advanced. Tell me, what does that mean? Irrational roots will also occur in pairs. Right? Irrational roots, these type of questions will be hard, will always occur in pairs. Right? Common irrational roots, so that means two roots will be common. Definitely two roots will be common. That is pakka going to be there, that two roots are going to be common, because irrational roots definitely will occur in pairs, na? So if there are, if one irrational root is common, other one will also be common. Definitely yes. Getting my point? Now in that case, how will you solve this? Just think about that. Let's say, let's say alpha is some common root, for example. let's say alpha is some common root. So now you have to do some manipulations. Let's say I'm saying alpha is common, right? Let's say alpha is some common root. So that means f of alpha will be equal to 0. That means alpha square plus a alpha plus b. Acha, alpha, why are we actually we can take alpha. We should have taken t. Can I take t? Kya? Alpha and a look very much similar in my handwriting. So here also t I'm taking. So this will make it t square plus t a plus b equal to 0. Right? Right. So my t square basically will be equal to minus ta minus b. That I can say. Or some other relation which if I'm building. Right. Let's say this t is here also. So g of t will also be equal to 0. That means t cube plus pt plus q will be equal to 0. Now this t square can be adjusted over here. I can say minus ta minus b, which is t square into t plus pt plus q will be equal to 0. But if suppose now your a, b, p and q, all the coefficients are your rational numbers. Okay, a, b, p and q are rational and your t is irrational. A, b, p and q are rational and t is irrational. What does that mean actually? That means simply that p is your p is going to be equal to your b minus a square. Can we say that? Can we say that? So over here we can simply say that my g of t or my g of x my g of x will be some x minus t. G of x will be some x minus t into f of x, because one root is irrational. One root is irrational. That means I can, if so one root, if t is that irrational root I'm taking, then I can simply say na, that my p will be equal to b minus a square. Right? P will be equal to b minus a square over here. Okay, and I can simply say g of x is x minus t into some f of x, because one root I've taken as t. So that simply says that f of x divides g of x. Right? I can simply say that f of x divides g of x. This proves that f of x divides g of x, and only one option was true. This is not exactly what was asked in advance. Something related to it was, but yeah, the question was very much similar. So these type of questions also you can expect on common root. Just remember, irrational as well as imaginary roots always occur in pair. Right? The condition which was written rarely, very rarely, directly value of common root if you have to find, in that case only that condition of c1 a2 minus a2 c1, that big thing will be required. Otherwise you will not require that. Mostly these type of questions will be asked. The equations this and this have two roots common. Then the value of a plus b is what? Now two roots common. So this, whenever complete cubic is given to you, suppose this x cube minus 2x square plus 2x plus minus 1 is equal to 0 is given to you. Most of the times 1 minus 1, 2 minus 2 will satisfy this. Let's check. 1 minus 2 minus 1 plus 2 minus 1 minus 1 plus 1 equal to 0. So x is equal to 1 is a root. Right? So x minus 1 is a factor. X minus 1 is a factor of what? This x cube minus 2x square plus 2x minus 1. So what we'll do, we'll quickly divide this. Right? X cube minus 2x square plus 2x minus 1. We'll divide this by x minus 1. When we'll divide, we'll get x square here to x cube minus x square. Subtracting this minus plus minus 2 plus 1 minus 1, so minus x square plus 2x minus 1. X into minus 1, x into minus x. So minus x square my plus x, right? So here it will become 0 or 2 minus 1 x and minus 1. So plus 1 x square minus x plus 1. So I can simply write that this x cube minus 2x square plus 2x minus 1 is nothing but x minus 1 into x square minus x plus 1. Okay ji. And another equation is this. Now in this one, so I got this one, we can observe and we can simply see that d is b square minus 4 1 minus 4 into 1. D is less than 0. For this part, d is less than 0, that means imaginary root. Okay, that means imaginary root. If two roots are common, if it is saying two roots common, it cannot happen that have two roots common, right? If it has two roots common, then both the roots will be common with this part of the cubic equation. Correct or not? Because one is not common, definitely. One is a root and two imaginary roots we have. One is a root and two imaginary roots we have. So imaginary roots will occur in pair. If two are common, then both will be common from this part. That means roots, we'll have to apply two roots common in this equation. That means ax square plus bx plus a equal to 0, and this equation, that means x square minus x plus 1 equal to 0. This will have to apply, and this simply is a by 1 equal to b by minus 1, or minus b by 1 is equal to a by 1. That's it. That means a equal to minus b. So a plus b will be equal to 0. A plus b equal to 0 is my answer. Simply. So understand the theory well. These type of questions can be asked from you. Practice them once again on your own. Now, location of roots and graph based questions of quadratic equations are also very important. Again, in shift 1, we didn't get any direct graph based question or location of roots question, right? In attempt 1, attempt 2, again high chances in attempt 2. High chance for attempt number 2. These questions, let's understand them. Very easy topic this is. Very easily you'll be able to understand. Just for, if you have studied parabola, no, then even better you'll be able to understand. Right? F of x is equal to ax square plus bx plus c. So this is x square is equal to 4ay. This kind of parabola, which is either upward opening or downward opening. Either you'll get this parabola or this parabola. X square equal to 4ay. When square is on x, we have either upward opening or downward opening parabola. Two parabolas we have in this case. So this type of parabola, there are chances that you are going to get. Right? Now this helps a lot. This helps a lot over here. If it is a parabola, then many questions can be asked. Vertex of parabola. Now in this, vertex is what? What is your vertex? Vertex x coordinate is minus b by 2a. How do we find the vertex? What is vertex? Vertex is basically your minimum point, which you will be able to find by derivation. Derivate over here and put the first derivative equal to 0. 2a plus b will be equal to 0. 2ax plus b will be equal to 0. So x will come at minus b by 2a. That means at x equal to minus b by 2a, either we'll get minima if it is a upward opening curve, or we'll get maxima if it is a downward opening curve. Correct to say? Right? So vertex x coordinate will be minus b by 2a and its y coordinate will be d upon 4a. When you put a x as minus b by 2a in this equation, the value will come as b square minus 4ac upon 4a. So that will be d by 4a. Okay. So remember this small thing. Now, what all can we observe? Whenever you're in this, instead of f of x, we can also write y, because plotting looks easier in this case. If your a is positive, then it will open upwards. If your a is negative, then pakka downward opening curve you are going to get. Right? Vertex, remember the vertex? Achha, I wrote minus d or d only? Minus d. It will be minus d. Minus d. Okay. Minus b by 2a and minus d by 4a. Vertex. Vertex means either highest or lowest point. If a is greater than 0, then it will be minimum point. If a is less than 0, then this will be maximum point. X coordinate minus b by 2a, y coordinate minus d by 4a. Here only if you put x as minus b by 2a, y ka value you will get as minus of b square minus 4ac upon 4a. So that is minus d by 4a. Here d is that only, b square minus 4ac. Nothing changed. Okay. Opens upwards, opens downwards. A less than 0, a greater than 0. First thing. Second thing. If your d is greater than 0, that means two real distinct roots you are going to get. Distinct roots means, distinct solution means that your graph is going to cut the x-axis at two different points. Right? This can only happen if your d is greater than 0. Because if your d is equal to 0, then your graph will have two equal roots. Two equal roots means that the graph will just touch the axis. Will just touch the x-axis. Two equal roots. So x-axis will become tangent. Both the roots will be equal to minus b by 2a. Okay, this point will be minus b by 2a and y coordinate will become 0 only. Obviously, on x-axis y coordinate is 0, na? Here also on x-axis y coordinate is 0. Simple. So if your a is greater than 0 and your if your a is greater than 0 and d is also positive, then you will have such kind of graph. You will have two distinct points where your graph will cut the x-axis. If your a is less than 0, then also same case, graph will cut the axis at two different points. This point will be minus b by 2a, comma, minus d by 4a for sure. This point again will be minus b by 2a, comma, minus d by 4a. Right? If your d is equal to 0, that means both the roots are minus b by 2a. 0. Now, in this case, this point will be what? This point will be what? This point will be minus b by 2a, sorry, minus b plus, let's say, plus root d divided by 2a, comma 0, and this can be minus b minus root d divided by 2a, comma 0. Right? That also you can understand. Two different points. This will be minus sometimes, or this will be plus. Whichever is smaller will come this side and greater will come this side. So that I don't need to tell you. Vertex will be minus b by 2a. And you can see also, at this x coordinate is remaining minus b by 2a only. Okay. Alright. Now, in this case, again, this coordinate minus b by 2a, comma 0. Y coordinate will become 0. Same root. Now, third case is d is less than 0. So, in this case, your quadratic will always be positive. In this case, what's happening? Ax square plus bx plus c is always positive. Correct? In this case, what happened? Ax square plus bx plus c is greater than or equal to 0. And in this case, ax square plus bx plus c is less than or equal to 0. Here what is the scenario? D is equal to 0 and a is less than 0. Here also D is equal to 0 and a is greater than 0. But always positive or 0. Either always positive or 0. This is always negative or 0. In this case, quadratic is positive over here but negative over here. Right? y's value will be negative over here, y's value will be positive over here. It will keep going on till the end. So y's values are positive over here, but y's value is negative over here. Same thing, y's values are positive over here, y's values are negative over here. So when d is greater than 0, the value of quadratic can be positive as well as negative. But if d is equal to 0, it will always be either positive or equal to 0, or it will be always negative or equal to 0. If d is less than 0, also in this case also your quadratic either will always be positive or your quadratic will always be negative. This is when a is less than 0, this is when a is greater than 0. But d is less than 0 in both the cases. Correct? D is less than 0 in both the cases. Range. What will be range of y? Range means y can reach from where to where. So lowest point that y can reach. Lowest point. If your a is positive, then y will belong to what? Lowest point will be, if a is positive, lowest point will be y coordinate. Lowest y coordinate was minus d by 4a. Till where y can go? Infinity. And if your a is less than 0, if your a is less than 0, then in this case your y's range will be what? Minus infinity. Smallest will be minus infinity. Greatest will be minus d by 4a. Okay. Ax square plus bx plus c is always positive if d is less than 0. Always positive. That means it's not going below x-axis. That means this graph is not at all going below x-axis. This is always positive, always giving a positive value. That means it's not touching the x-axis also. Not even equal to 0. It's always positive. That means your d is definitely negative and a is positive. In this case, always less than 0. That means d is negative and a is also negative. This is this case. D is negative, it's not crossing x-axis, and a is negative, so opening downwards, that means always negative. The entire value of equation is always negative. Okay, ji? Okay, this is already written. Why did we write? Okay. Find the integer k for which inequality this is always positive for every x in R. Always positive, that means d less than 0, a greater than 0. That's it. A is already greater than 0, so we'll just do minus 2 3k minus 1 whole square minus 4 times 1 times 8k square minus 7 is less than 0. That's all. Only this we have to do. So which answer according to you? 2 times 3k minus 1, so this is opening 9k. Okay, wait, 36k square minus 32. Oh, 36 32 36 minus 32k square, तो यार 4k square and 24k, that's it. 4k square minus 24k plus 32. This will become 4k square minus 24k plus 32 equal to is less than 0. This is what we are getting, right? Right, so dividing by 4, it will become k square minus 6k plus 8. So it will be k minus 4 and k minus 2. This will be k minus 4 and k minus 2, less than 0, plus minus plus. So k will belong to 2 to 4. Integer value of k will be 3. That's it. Only value between 2 and 4 is 3. 2 is not included, 4 is not included. So only 3 is possible. Right? Not included. These are open intervals. Right? We can solve these type of questions. Just remember the conditions. Now, this question was good. This question came last year. What is it saying? Actually, not good. It is just looking big and confusing. But here, whenever you see a quadratic, no, quickly in your mind, make a habit of being able to observe its discriminant. First of all, as soon as you see a quadratic, no, your brain should quickly calculate its discriminant. Quickly calculate D. It will give you a brief idea, but it will give you the graph's image in your head. So, for example, over here, this is pure quadratic. Everything is given. Coefficients are given. 64 minus 4 into 32. Negative D. Right? For this one, if we see, your D is negative. A is positive. A is 1. A is positive. D is negative. That means x square minus 8x plus 32 is always positive. Correct? Can we say that? If this is always positive, that means this has to be negative. Then only entire thing can be negative. Right? That means ax square plus 2 times of a plus 1 into x plus 9a plus 4 has to be negative. This entire thing has to be negative. For this to be negative, what do? D less than 0 and a less than 0. Always negative. D less than 0, a also less than 0, then it will be always negative. So a less than 0 as well as d less than 0. Two conditions we'll have to apply over here. Nothing else. But see, again, looks like calculating. Shall we calculate? Again, there was a catch. S, what is it saying? S be a set of positive integral values of a for which this thing is true. But when we are solving, this thing is true when a is always negative. Otherwise, this is not true. Because this is always true. This is always true. And this is always positive. So this has to be always negative for the entire thing to be negative. So this upper term, numerator term can be negative if its discriminant is negative and a is negative. But S is the set of positive values of a. So in S, there will be nothing. Correct? There will be nothing in set S. Because A's all values are negative. A is always less than 0 for this to be true. So there will be no value in S. That means number of elements in S will be equal to 0. Good question it was. Tricky question. Right? They didn't want you to calculate. They wanted you to be to have good observation. So in quadratic equations, no, this you'll have to be careful with. Acha, range of the following functions. Range, just remember, sometimes direct questions on range of quadratic expressions they will ask. Range of y is equal to x square plus, if a is greater than 0, then range is from minus d by 4a to infinity. If a is less than 0, then minus infinity to minus d by 4a, and reason I explained. So you can do for all of these numbers. But one more, okay, this though is easy. So range of this directly by formula, you'll be able to calculate. This thing you can do very easily. There is no problem in that. Right? Sometimes these type of questions they'll ask. Find the range when x is between 1 and 3. Okay. In this case, what you have to do, always calculate minus b by 2a. The lowest x. The lowest x. Okay. Always calculate. Check whether minus b by 2a is falling between 1 and 3 or not. Okay. So, for example, if I want to find the range of this for x between 1 and 3, so simply I'll check y at 1, I'll check y at 3. That will give me range between 1 and 3. Y at x equal to 1 and y at x equal to 3 should give me the range. Y at x equal to 1 is what? 1 plus 2 plus 4, 7. Y at 3, 9 plus 6, 15 plus 4, 19. So logically range should be 7 to 19. But what if your graph is like this? Okay, your 7 is here, 19 is here. Okay, in between one more lowest point is there, which is minus b by 2a. What if your lowest point of the graph is falling between 7 and 19? Then will the range be 7 to 19? No, then the range will be minus b by 2a to 19, because lowest is this, highest is this. Correct. So calculate minus b by 2a. Let's check one by one. For example, this one. First we checked minus b by 2a. Initially only calculate minus 1. Okay. Now minus 1 does not belong to 1, 2, 3. If your minus 1 is not between this particular domain, then there is nothing to worry. You are only finding the range in this domain. So you have to just check f of 1, f of 3 and 7 to 19 will be your range. Second question, this one, let's say, again checked minus b by 2a, minus 1. Now minus 1 is falling between minus 3 and minus 2. So that means f of minus 3 is 7, f of minus 2 is 4. Minus 1 is not falling between minus 3 and minus 2. What am I saying? Right, here also minus 1 is not falling between this. So lowest point will be at 4, highest point will be at 7. Sorry, lowest point will be at minus 2, highest will be at minus 3. In third case, what's happening? Minus b by 2a is minus 1 by 4, which is between minus 1 and 1. Right? Minus 1 by 4 is between minus 1 and 1. So let's say minus 1 is over here, 1 is over here, and minus 1 by 4 is over here. So lowest point will be at f of minus 1 by 4. Highest point will be at f of 1 in this particular domain. So that is why first we'll check f of minus b by 2a. We'll check f of minus 1 by 4, which is coming out to be 7 by 8. This will be lowest. Then we'll check f of minus 1 as well as f of 1. At f of 1 we are getting highest. So our range will be 7 over 8 to 4. Our range will be 7 over 8 to 4. Illusion and magic. Hi sir, hi sir. Hi Naira, how are you? All good, having fun? This is the question I was talking about, which came in 2025, 28th January, evening shift. Toughest shift, which everybody is calling. And yeah, this question was a bit tricky. They have involved function in this. What are they saying? Function whose domain is all real numbers except 0 and range is minus infinity to 1. That's what this line means, right? You must be able to read this line and understand it. For all real numbers except 0, range is from minus infinity to 1. That means this graph is between minus infinity is the lowest and 1 is the highest. Okay, 1 is the highest and minus infinity is the lowest. That can only happen if graph is opening downwards. This tells us one thing, right? What does this tell us? That A is negative. About D we cannot say anything, right? Minus infinity to 1, actually about D also we can say. But one thing we can surely say, if range is minus infinity to 1, that means A is pakka negative. Okay, one thing. Then they said f of x into f of 1 by x is equal to f of x plus f of 1 by x. What does this mean? Okay, let it be a polynomial of degree 2. This function is a polynomial of degree 2. So what we can do, we can simply assume a polynomial of degree 2, ax square plus bx plus c. That's what we can do. Satisfying this particular equation. Okay, this is my f of x, let's say. And now it is also, this polynomial is also satisfying this particular equation. So what does that mean? F of x means ax square plus bx plus c. F of 1 by x means a into 1 by x square, that means a by x square plus b by x plus c, equal to f of x That means again ax square plus bx plus c into f of 1 by x, plus f of 1 by x. That means a by x square plus b by x plus c. Whatever question told me, I just wrote as it is. Now I'll think what I can do. Now let's summarize it. Basically, if I'm able to find value of a, b and c, then I can implement this thing. So what can I do for that? One thing I can do is, what if I multiply with x square on both the sides so that I get rid of these x square terms? What I'll do, I'll multiply with x square on both the sides. So this side, if I'll multiply with x square, only this part will get multiplied, right? So it will become ax square plus bx plus c. X to the power 4 or x square. Okay, x square is okay, right? So this gets multiplied with x square, so it will become a plus b x plus c x square. Correct? X square by x, correct. And this side, if I multiply with x square, both the things will get multiplied with x square. So this will become what? Ax to the power 4 plus bx cube plus cx square plus a plus bx plus cx square. Now both are equal, so I can compare the coefficients. What will be the coefficient of x to the power 4 over here? X to the power 4 ka coefficient is only a, and this side x square into x square will make x to the power 4. Correct? So basically my AC will be equal to a. So my C will be equal to 1. A into C will be the coefficient of x to the power 4 na, from these two when we'll open this. No other way of getting x to the power 4. Correct? Now what else? Let's compare the coefficient of x cube. So x square into x will make x cube. So AB, how else can we make x cube? How else can we make x cube? Cx square into bx. So AB plus CB will be the coefficient. So AB plus CB will be the coefficient of x cube over here. And this side x cube coefficient will be just b. So b into a plus c will be equal to b. Now can we cancel b? We can cancel b if it's not equal to 0. But here we cannot cancel. We don't know, right? B is equal to 0 or not. We are not sure that it is equal to 0. Polynomial of degree 2 does not say that b cannot be equal to 0. So this we cannot consider right now. Let's check other things. No problem. X square coefficient we can compare. X square coefficient from this side we'll have a square. How else can we get x square? Bx into bx will also make x square. So a square plus b square. Then cx square will get multiplied with c. So wait. Ax square into a will give me a square. Bx into bx will give me x square and b square, correct? And then cx square into c, so c square. A square plus b square plus c square I can get. That will be x square coefficient. And over here we'll have 2c as the x square coefficient. So c is 1. 2 minus 1, 1. So a square plus b square is equal to 1. This is what I'm getting. Alright. What will be the constant term over here? AC will be the constant term. A into C will be the constant term over here. And that side constant term is just A, which we used. AC is equal to A. Okay, that's also not working. Let's say x equal to 1. What will be the coefficient of x to the power 1? CB will be the coefficient on this side, right? C into B will be the coefficient on this side, and on that side only B. CB is equal to B. That means again C equal to 1. B equal to 0 यार. like I am getting the intuition, if we take b equal to 0, then everything will be sorted because a will become plus or minus 1, c we have got as 1, but I'm just not getting the correct coefficient equation for that to show you. So let's say x cube ax square into bx, so ab. From comparing, when we'll compare x cube coefficients, no, the equation which we are getting, from that only we'll have to say that my b is equal to 0. So from this, what you're getting, you'll get a equal to plus or minus 1, b equal to 0, and c equal to 1. This is what you're getting. And from this, a equal to 1 only you can accept. A will be negative, right? Because range is from minus infinity to 1, downward opening parabola. So a will be negative. So you'll have to accept a as minus 1. Your a will become minus 1. Right? B will come out to be 0. Compare the coefficient of x cube. B will come out to be 0 only. There is no other go that we can have. So if my a is equal to minus 1, b is equal to 0, and c is equal to 1, then I'll use this. F of k will become what? What will be f of k? F of k will be minus 1 into k square plus 0 into k plus 1 equal to minus 2k. F of k equal to minus 2k, just putting f of k over here and abc over here, right? So what I'm getting, minus k square plus 1 is equal to minus 2k. So this will become k square minus 2k minus 1 equal to 0. Sum of square of all possible values of k. So this will have k1, k2, and we'll get k1 square plus k2 square, which will be equal to k1 plus k2 whole square minus 2k1 k2. K1 plus k2 is what? 2. So 4 minus 2 into k1 k2 is minus 1. So this will become 4 plus 2 equal to 6. And 6 will be your correct answer for this one. बहुत बढ़िया बेटा, मिशन आईडी 2025 वेरी गुड, बहुत सुंदर बच्चे, बहुत सुंदर, मुबारक हो, बधाई हो, जीते रहो ठीक है, और एडवांस की तैयारी करो, ठीक है, प्रिपेयर वेल फॉर एडवांस. आईआईटी में ही जाना सबसे अच्छी बात होगी आपके लिए. Okay, also if you can send me just in the comment box, if you can send your registration number, application number and name, I'll be very happy, and I'll announce this on the English channel with your photo and name. Love you too, beta, love you too. Take care, God bless you. Now location of roots, same thing what we studied, but a little bit different. So I have categorized the 5 varieties of location of roots. Nothing comes out of this. Sorry, nothing comes out of this. How will they ask? Find the value of t such that this particular quadratic equation has x is equal to 2 lying inside the roots. Let's discuss the first one. Now see, let alpha and beta be the 2 roots of quadratic equation. Let's say your graph is like this, your alpha is this, your beta is this. Okay. A, B, C are real, obviously. Let us consider a number k. Let's say there is a number k. Either k can lie between these 2 roots, okay, or k can lie outside these 2 roots, or k can also lie before this or after this. So location of roots means that with respect to a number, I have to check the location of both the roots of my quadratic equation. That's my target. कोई बात नहीं, क्या फर्क पड़ता है मिश्रा आईआईटी, डजंट मैटर. बधाई हो, 4 जगह से बधाई लेने में कोई बुराई नहीं है All right. Now, next thing. Now see. Just a minute. Just give me 1 minute. Now, I'm saying, suppose I want that my number k is between both the roots. So in this case, what is my a? My a is positive. And what is my f of k? My f of k will be negative. This point will be my f of k, function's value at k. Right? This will be my f of k, function's value at k. Now, if I observe carefully, my f of k will be negative and my a is positive. So in this case, my a into f of k will always be negative into positive. That means negative. Correct? Suppose this is the case. Alpha, beta are over here and my k is somewhere over here. In this case also, my a is negative, right? And what is my f of k, function's value at k? That is positive. F of k is positive. So what will be a multiplied with f of k? A is negative, f of k is positive. So a multiplied with f of k will be pakka se pakka negative. So this is certain that whenever a multiplied with f of k is negative, that means my number is between the roots. Correct or not? Yes or no? For suppose if I take my k over here, this is alpha, this is beta, right? K is over here. F of k, function's value at k will be positive or not? A will be positive or not? So product of a of f of k will be positive or not? So it won't satisfy in this case. If the root is outside, if my number is outside the roots, even for ulta graph, the upside down graph, f of k will become negative and a will also become negative. Product will become positive. So if a f of k is positive, that means the number is outside the roots. If a into f of k is negative, that means my number is inside or between both the roots. Okay, this should be very, very clear. First case, if a f of k is negative, so k is between roots. Second, a f of k is positive and d is also positive. That means k is outside roots. A f of k is positive and d is also positive, and using basically three things. It's just saying that three things we'll have to use. These three things we'll have to use. Now suppose if my d is negative, that means something like this. Now, no roots, obviously, no roots. In this case, my d is negative, my a is also negative. For k, if I check f of k will also be negative. Function's value at k will also come out to be negative. A is negative, f of k is negative. So a f of k will be positive. Right? So first make sure that d is positive. But in this case, k is not between the roots. K is not between the roots. Correct? So when you are applying a f of k greater than 0, a into f of k, a is negative and f of k is negative. So negative will become positive. A into f of k positive is true for this graph also, but this does not have roots. So whenever we are applying a f of k greater than 0, we also have to make sure that we are applying d greater than or equal to 0. Okay. And sometimes we'll have to use minus b by 2a also in a specific condition. Suppose they say that you want to check that one of the root is greater than or smaller than both the roots. Your number is either greater than both the roots or smaller than both the roots. Okay, let's discuss with questions. That time you'll understand better. Now say x is equal to 2 lying inside the roots. What is the equation? X square plus 2t minus 2. X square plus 2 into t minus 1 x plus t plus 5 equal to 0. Okay, find the value of t such that x is equal to t is lying inside the roots. Okay, this is x is equal to 2, let's say, is lying inside the roots. Okay, what should be the condition? First thing, that a, like f of 2, I'll check, f of 2 should come out to be negative. Has x is equal to 2 lying inside the roots. That means 2 roots should be there first of all, and x is equal to 2 should lie inside the roots. So f of 2 is what? F of 2 should be less than 0. Why? Because a is positive. For this, a is positive. Leading coefficient is positive. The graph is definitely going to be like this. So f of 2 is negative. A is positive. So a f of 2. A into f of 2. If until unless this x is equal to 2 is between both the roots, f of 2 will always be negative from here to here. Correct? Right? F of 2 will always be negative from this point, and between this your x is equal to 2 is lying between both the roots. So two conditions you have to take care of. That first one is that your a into f of 2 is less than 0, and second is d greater than 0. Then only two roots will be there, na? Okay. So say a is greater than 0, f of 2 is less than 0. So a into f of 2 you have to just put less than 0 and d greater than equal to 0. Then only your x is equal to 2 will lie inside the roots. Most of the times you won't have to use this actually, because if I take this graph, let's suppose, so for this a is positive. Now f of 2 will always be positive. Anywhere I check, it is positive. So f of 2 will not get negative. F of 2 will never be negative. It will always be positive. So a into f of 2 will come out as positive only. Right? So if the equation does not have roots, then a into f of 2 will not come negative. It will come positive. So actually d greater than 0 we don't have to do. Only this much condition is enough. That's enough for roots between both the, for x is equal to 2 to lie between both the roots. So we'll just check a is already greater than 0, f of 2 less than 0, that means 2 square plus 2 into t minus 1 into 2 plus t plus 5 less than 0. That's what we'll have to just do, this much. So that is becoming how much? 2t, 4 plus 2t, 60, 60 plus t, 70. Okay, why 40 minus 40, this will become 5t plus 5. 5t plus 5 less than 0. So t will be less than minus 1. So t belongs to minus infinity to minus 1. Okay, understood that why we don't need to check d greater than 0. Because when d is greater than 0, that time a f of 2 is coming greater than 0, not less than 0. We are checking for less than 0. Okay, next case, has one root less than 2 and other one greater than 2. Second case, if this case is there, one root less than 2 and other root greater than 2. What does this mean? This actually means that this is just change of English, right? This is just same as previous case. One root is less than 2 and other is greater than 2. That means x is equal to 2 is between both the roots. Same as before, same as previous, right? So again t less than -1 will be the answer, right? So sometimes you'll have to understand which condition it is asking about. Has roots of opposite signs. Has roots of opposite signs. That means alpha is equal to minus beta. Correct? That means alpha is equal to minus beta. That means alpha beta product of roots will be less than 0. Alpha beta will be negative. One root is negative of other. So opposite signs, that means product of roots will pakka be negative for sure. That means t plus 5 will be negative. So it depends on question to question. You have to check according to the conditions. So t will be less than 5. T will be less than -5. That will be the condition. What else? Product of roots is what? T plus 5 upon 1, na? C upon A. So if one root is opposite of other, apply this condition. Don't go for any other method of location of roots. This will be more sufficient. Okay. Chali. Next. Find the value of t such that x square plus 2 into t. Acha, ye to same. Has roots such that 5 lies outside the roots. This means that 5 lies outside the roots. This x is equal to 5 is greater than beta also, greater than alpha also. Either this lies over here or this lies over here. So in this case, just think what will be f of 5. F of 5 will be positive and a will also be positive. Correct? So a f of 5 will be positive. Correct? If the graph is other way around, that means upside down, in that case what will happen? Right? If the graph is suppose like this, right? In this case, over here also f of 5 will be positive, a will be positive. So same condition. If x is equal to 5 is here or here, both cases it is outside the roots. In this case also, let's say x is equal to 5 is over here. So f of 5 will come out to be negative. A also is negative. Then a f of 5 will be negative. Sorry, positive. Negative, negative, positive. So we conclude that if a into f of k or a into f of 5 in this case is positive, that means that my number k, or in this case 5, is lying outside the roots. But always check with this also. Remember this. In this case also, na, a will be positive, f of 5 will be positive. Right? It will always be positive. F of every number will be positive. So when roots does not exist, that time also a f of 5 can come positive. So along with this condition, a f of k greater than 0, you'll also have to apply d greater than equal to 0. Okay, you'll also have to apply d greater than or equal to 0 along with this. Okay, so two conditions we'll have to apply in this case. So a f of k, a is positive only. F of 5, f of 5, that means 5 square plus 2 into t minus 1 into 5 plus t plus 5. This should be greater than 0. A is 1 only. Right? So what are we getting from here? Hey, let me check. 11t plus 20. Okay. 11t plus 20 greater than 0. So t greater than minus 20 by 11. First condition. One condition. then d greater than equal to 0. That means 2 into t minus 1 whole square minus 4 into t plus 5. This you'll have to put greater than or equal to 0. Right? So with this you are getting t is less than minus 1 or t is greater than 4. So when you take the intersection, t should be greater than minus 20 by 11. Okay, so it will be greater than minus 20 by 11 and less than minus 1. How much is getting this? Oh, 11 ones are 1 point something, minus something. So yeah, from minus 20 by 11 to minus 1 and then greater than 4, that means 4 to infinity. So this will be the range of t. This will be the range of t. Last condition, has both roots greater than 5. Both roots greater than 5. How is that possible? Now think about this. Suppose this is the case. One root, this root. If both roots you want to be greater than 5, then 5 should lie over here now. Correct or not? If both roots should be greater than 5, then 5 should definitely lie over here. For that, what all do we have to make sure of? For this, let's say this is my k, x equal to k. So one thing is sure, a f of k should be greater than 0, correct? A greater than 0, correct? D greater than equal to 0, correct? So from these two, what do we get? A into f of k greater than 0. Okay, let's right now, let's not do this. Let's check for the other type also. In this case, this is alpha, this is beta. I want both the roots to be greater than k. Then my f of k should be less than 0. A should be less than 0. That means a into f of k should be greater than 0. Correct? So a into f of k greater than 0 is one condition that we'll have to check. Okay, a into f of k should be greater than 0. This is one condition that we should check. Okay, ji. Second condition, bhai, a into f of k is always true for this as well as this. A positive, f of every value positive. A positive, a negative, f of every value negative. So this is true for these also, but these don't have roots. So along with this second condition which we will have to check is this, that d is greater than equal to 0. So that roots exist, then only they will be greater than 5. Both roots greater than 5. Both the roots greater than 5. So a f of k greater than 0 and d greater than 0. But one problem is there that suppose this is the case. In this a f of k is greater than 0 and a is also greater than 0. Right? If we check, that means roots lie outside. But a f of k greater than 0 and d greater than 0 is true for x equal to k being on the left or x equal to k being on the right. It's true in both the cases. In this case also a f of k is greater than 0 and a is greater than 0. Correct? And d is greater than 0 obviously. And this case also a is greater than 0, f of k is greater than 0. So how do we make sure that both roots are greater than 5? That means alpha and beta, that means we make sure that x is equal to k is on this side only. Vertex, we'll use the vertex. Simple. Only in this case we'll use the vertex. We know, right? Minus b by 2a, this value of x, which is between these two, should have to be greater than k. If minus b by 2a is greater than k, then k cannot go on that side. So if my one last condition we'll have to apply, that my minus b by 2a is greater than k. These three conditions I will have to apply. So here instead of k we have 5. right? So I'll have to apply a into f of 5. So a is always positive only. So I'll have to check f of 5 positive, a is 1, so greater than 1, greater than 0. Then I'll have to check d greater than equal to 0 and minus b by 2a greater than 5. These three conditions will give me the final answer for this part. Okay. Yeah, correct. We are correct. So from first one we are getting t greater than minus 20 by 11. From second one d greater than 0 we are getting t between minus 1 to 4 or t greater than 4. And intersection of all these is nothing, because here t is less than minus 4, less than equal to minus 1, and then greater than 4. T should also be greater than 4, and t should also be greater than minus 20 by 11. There is no common solution. So there is no value of t for which this will happen. Okay. Some questions you can try on your own. If both the roots of the equation lie between minus 3 and 5. So minus b by 2a should be greater than minus 3 and less than 5. Only that you'll have to, only that is extra which you'll have to apply. Correct, no? D greater. Understood? Just a minute. Only one extra condition you will be applying over here. Or I think here in this case, no, in this particular case, you can even factorize this. बेटा पहले बोर्ड्स पे ध्यान देना, ठीक है कृष्णानंद? फर्स्ट पे अटेंशन ऑन बोर्ड्स, ओके, डोंट लूज देम. देखो मेंस का प्रिपरेशन कीप ऑन डूइंग, सेग्रीगेट योर टाइम, डिवाइड योर टाइम, give time for boards and for practice of main second attempt also. And in boards you'll have holidays, so you'll have to work hard, work more. If you want to improve your percentile, you can increase it to even 95. There are many students who do that every year, but be very careful. Okay, please suggest something but just revise everything once again when you're preparing for boards. No, whenever you're preparing for boards, first complete NCERT, first prepare for board that subject. Along with that, keep preparing for mains also. PYQs is the key. Do as many PYQs as you can on your own without help. Okay, you'll pakka do better. And attempt mock test after boards for April attempt, and keep attending the series, keep coming on the platform for practice sessions. Only this much help right now I can tell you. Okay, both roots lie between minus 3 and 5, both roots. So AF of k will be positive, definitely. Correct, both roots lie between 3 and minus 1. AF of 3 will be positive, AF of 5 will be positive. Correct. And then minus b by 2a will be between 3 and 5. That you can apply, or you can directly factorize like how they have done. They just factorize, so x can be k plus 2 or k minus 2. K plus 2 should be less than 5, k minus 2 should be greater than minus 3. Direct, they are getting answer. That can also be the way, or you can apply the conditions. Rarely in some questions these conditions can be applied. Chaliye, so please practice this, and then Friday 11 AM we are going to do practice of sequence and series as well as quadratic equations. So do attend the session. There also we can talk about many more stuff which you would like to talk about. Do subscribe the channel if you haven't done that till now. Okay, we guys are working for you and we deserve this. All right, bye bye, take care, have fun, thank you, thanks a lot.